Yep. Fluffies. Hello everyone! How are we all doing? So, let's see if this is working. Let's see if this is working. Yep. It is. It is working. Now, I'm here. I'm joined physically by, of course, the fluffy research assistant, who has decided to join me this evening. Are you ever going to let your brother back in this office? Or have you decided this office is yours? I'm not sure. I think he's decided this office and its biscuit supply are too precious to leave to anyone else's paws other than his own. Not that you're at all focused on it's me you're in here, isn't it? Not the biscuits. And we're also joined by the Foo, and we might well be joined by Runon in a bit. Now, the Fleet of Operations is here because, well, he's still helping me out, making sure I'm okay while I'm still recovering from pneumonia.
Now and I've got the lurgy.
He's got the lurgy. And now, also, of course, today we're going to be discussing a few things. We're going to be answering your naval history questions. We're going to be answering a very interesting question which was put in the Discord server to me, so I'm going to quickly elaborate on that, and I thought me and the Foo could have a quick discussion on that. And I'm going to make sure the questions are open in a bit on the Discord server and everything else, so just give me a second to get those set up. Now, and also, we're going to be discussing Thursday's trip to the Maritime Foundation Awards and their media awards and the results and what happened and all that. Thank you very much for your nominations. Blackman Maximus, how did you get timed out by Nightbot that quickly? What did you do? Doggo emojis. View deleted messages.
Dear.
Does it just go and delete too many emojis?
Could have been.
Yeah, oh. You put in so many doggo emojis, it timed you out. Sorry. I'll sort that out.
Yeah, we like the doggo emojis, but not too many.
I'll have an argument with Nightbot. I like that. And Dr. Dan had some issues with his neck. You've seen a picture. Had some issues with his neck. Oh, that's fun. All right, so. So let's see. I'm going to stick the questions are open sign in here because I'm lazy. I'm just going to go up and copy it from the previous one. So if I do bosses on, questions done that, questions are now open. Or if I do yay.
And we can answer them.
Questions are now open. That's good.
You've basically got me until my voice gives out.
Well, that's always good. And I'm going to share a copy. It's for this. And yeah. Michael, you dashed in so quickly. I'm putting the thing in. All right. And the questions are just going straight through into that. They're not waiting for me to let them through.
Oh, wow.
Okay, let me just check. Let me just have some things.
Oh, excuse me. Back in a tick.
Yes, queue release is now working. I found out what the problem was. I put something as enabled instead of always run. Okay, that was on me. That's good. Question retrieve should be working. Yay! They're all good. So now we have that working, and now we have all these things going through. Hello everyone. I will also have an argument with Nightbot quickly while I am online and dealing with it to make sure Nightbot isn't quite so cruel over the emoji rules. Emoji rules. How are we all doing today? I've got the questions there. Yeah. Have I seen what you posted? No, I haven't, because honestly, I haven't wandered into there. I should do. So, Nightbot commands, spam protection, excess emojis, options, limit for emojis. Is now 20, which is exempt for users who are channel members or higher. So, that should be fine now. But no, I have not seen what you posted there. Alright, so that's sorted. That's done. I have the foo on the thing when he's available. The questions are now working. This is all good. But I have something in here. Now, I'm not going to just click on that. I'm going to do... this. Now, this was a post which I had from the random guy, which says, Dr. Clarke, sorry for the ping, but you know first-gen 12-inch battleships were getting a bit old by the mid to late World War One. I had found a solution to do a very cheap modernization for them to keep them competitive for the next 5 to 7 years and bring them to get to parity with the 13.5s. As you know, HMS Agincourt, when being built for Brazil, used a 12-inch gun, but usually goes mentioned was the fact that Vickers proposed to the 15-inch 45 cal gun, suitable for swapping in for the batteries of the 12-inch guns in 1912-13. They weren't. It would have required changing the barbets, but they were offering it. Yes. After doing rough estimates and map into the effectiveness and salvo weight of the 15-inch 45s to the 8-12-inch, 4 15-inch 45s to 8 12-inch, it actually yields more mass overall. And with the Courageous using only 4 15-inch 42s, is it safe to say the Royal Navy saw it as okay on main guns for a ship? No. I can understand where you're coming from that perspective, and I've answered this below, but I'm going to explain this again. The problem was that was done in Courageous and Glorious, and in Furious it goes down to 2 guns, and basically the Royal Navy hates them. They're Fisher's follies. They're pushed through by Fisher entirely over the objections of everyone. If they'd had 6 9.2-inch guns, they'd have been happier. And in fact, honestly, 6 to 8 9.2-inch guns, the Royal Navy would probably have kept them in that form, and that would have been the new standard. That would have been the cruiser form from that point onwards. This is the problem for them, is that they are so underarmed. You can't do proper salvoing. You need a minimum of 6 guns for that. The Royal Navy had worked that out, and that's what Renown and Repulse have. That is the minimum you can have. As for the Dreadnought itself, Bellerophon and St. Vincent classes by their turret should be suitable for direct turret swap to reach minimal changes, meaning upgrade up by, say, 950-16 could see their effective life with 20-knot fleet extended greatly. Now, I've covered most of those responses in my little response to Random Guy, and it was a really nice question to have. But I would like to add in another thing. You don't want to change to single guns. There is a reason for this. There is a reason for the change to twin guns. Now, whilst it's true, if you're trying for very precise long-range fire, and I'm talking extremely long-range fire in the period we're talking about, you know, firing twice, they can 2 guns, they can maybe interfere with each other, they can maybe, if they're not fired perfectly simultaneously, they can knock each other a bit and all these things. Yes, all true. But you want to do salvo ranging fire, which means you want to fire a lot of shells. The reason you go for twin turrets of anything is that they maximizes the number of shells you can fire. So if you're firing only 4 shells from 4 single turrets, it's very difficult to join them up and get them to fire together. B, it's difficult to aim them and as a group and as a salvo, and C, it's very difficult to get effective salvo fire. You can maybe link a pair of turrets and get it to work for ranging fire. But realistically, you can only get the whole lot once you've got the range. So for ranging fire, you ideally want to be able to link pairs of turrets to do boom boom with their range and work it out. Now with the dreadnoughts in the first one in their configuration, the ranging turrets were often the fore and aft turrets, aftmost turret. So you know she has 5 turrets, she has the 2 wing ones, etc. Those would do the ranging. Now if she was doing ranging forward, she'd actually use the 2 wing turrets. That was sort of usually the thing, because they would give the most similar results. You could fire them as a 4. You could also fire this. You could also do what they sometimes did, was just they fired a single shell from all 3 turrets which you could fire forward, and then they would fire the other gun, and they'd sort of range it that way. So firing threes, because realistically, when you're doing a salvo, the minimum number of shells you want to be firing is 3 to be able to estimate the full shot. So this is these are the problems with it. Okay. It's a good idea, but there are problems with it. Thank you, Ramel. So, a lot of questions are showing up in the chat. And now, yes, you can spam away with the things. So, yeah, sorry about that, Blackman Maximus, earlier. Okay. So, with that all said, is Fu back? I can't hear Fu. I presume he's gone off to something. Anyway, so, what should we do? Well, I'm going to start on the questions. Michael Cooch. Asia's Bulwark doesn't have a fire in 1979, thus as an undamaged Bulwark is available in reserve to be mobilised for the Falklands War. What impact would this have on our naval operations capabilities? If she was in a state condition to be mobilised, and they had the crew available to do it, she could well take on the helicopter carrier role, which Hermes transfers over to Invincible. And, that Hermes transfers over first to Invincible and then loses completely. So they needed a helicopter carrier for the amphibious task group. So she might do the Atlantic conveyor role of bringing down the helicopters, but I'm not sure if she couldn't take the Chinooks. There's also the thing of she could end up loaded with Sea Harriers and coming down. Basically, she's useful. If they can get her mobilised. That's the answer to pretty much all these scenarios. The other question often put forward to people is, what happens if Illustrious is available earlier? Well, she's going down there. Because they need more aircraft. They really do. Now, question 225. Why is the Royal Navy's early Cold War procurement plan of 266 to Hammond Seabones and 502 and all those other aircraft more sane than the numbers the RAF wanted? They're not really sane, but they are predicated on providing the necessary aircraft for their carriers. So basically, they're just to get the aircraft they need to fully load out their carriers with some in reserve. For training and for dealing with the churn of aircraft. Because you have to remember, aircraft are not available 100% of the time. They have to go in for deep refit themselves. They have to go in for a lot of maintenance. When you're pulling high Gs at high speed in aircraft, believe it or not, it takes a toll on them. It hurts them. It damages them, and so they need the love and care and attention. Hey, Fu, you okay?
Yeah, I'm alright. My own fluffy research assistant decided to bark at everything, so I've just spent the last 10 minutes calming her down.
Was that because she's not on camera like Zebedee, like Raleigh is?
No, bless it. It's because she's old. She's a little bit hard of hearing, so she does flinch a little bit at things every now and then.
Raleigh still thinks it's because you're being cruel, not allowing her on camera.
Oh.
He feels
she's been on camera before.
Yeah.
I did like a 2-minute rambling so it was just Fleet Dog.
What's your favourite stupid decommissioning? i.e. a perfectly useful or recently refit ship that was scrapped with seeming no logic? Oh, so
well,
many.
Now, where do we begin?
there have been countless nuclear submarines which have been an interesting case of they've just been refit and then they're gone. But there again, with hull life and the way that works in a submarine, you always have to be careful with saying that because they could have done all the work and then they go, oh, frigate.
Yes, this happens with shocking regularity.
Type 23 frigates. Because, in nicest way, we kept keeping the Type 22s and selling off Type 23s, and then we end up going, well, we should only keep one fleet alive for efficiency. And you sold off the Type 23s, so instead of you having the massive fleet of Type 23s which we built to work with, you have a far reduced fleet to work with.
Mm-hmm.
And that was really quite stupid. I'd say, for the Americans, I would have kept some of the OHPs in reserve. I don't know about you.
Maybe. It's one of those things where yeah, that is a tough one. That's a really tough one.
Also say, considering their hull life and the various other things, I've heard about the Vanguard class, but I cannot 100% say this because I, of course, have not studied their engineering reports. I would say if we decommission them for the dreadnoughts instead of converting them to SSGNs, we are being absolutely silly. We've answered Robert Dennett's one, I think, Runon.
Okay.
So, thank you. Hello, Runon, by the way. What have we got up to? We've got that one done. I've got Michael Cooch's one to do. But I was just quickly doing new ones. Michael Cooch, what is the impact of the RN if Admiral Byng was not shot? That is going to be a video I'm going to park for the Year of Leadership, a topic I'm going to park for the leadership, because Admiral Byng, believe it or not, is going to come up as a topic in the Year of Leadership. So, yeah, he's kind of a core example of some good things, some bad things, and actually I'm going to compare him to his dad. And I was actually trying to schedule a video for 2028, the anniversary of one of his father's battles, because it's, it would be 210 years ago, and as there were roughly 210 ships involved in the battle thanks to the convoys being nearby, I thought it would be kind of cute to schedule it for 2028. It's when I found out that YouTube doesn't allow you to schedule it that far in advance. It won't allow me to schedule anything past 2026. Oh, it's terrible.
Shameful. How can we live with this injustice?
Yeah, the Californians and Virginians are a good example of a class which should not have been cut. Cut when they were. They had a
the problem is that there's only so much you can keep a ship going.
Well, no, with them they just actually had their they'd gone through the full expense of refueling them with their nuclear reactors. So they theoretically had another 15 years to run of fuel, and they get rid of them.
Okay, they should have been kept going. Like, if they've been refueled, keep them going.
Yeah. Bismarck, Rune von Bismarck. Fat Man was scheduled to drop on the 11th before bad weather forced the schedule change to the 9th. Japan suggested surrender on the 10th, after which more atomic bombs were halted. Is there a question coming into that? Because that's kind of more a statement. Hello.
Yeah, that's not...
That's more of a statement than a question. Let's see if more questions come up. Curelise. Does this mean that if had it not been for the bad weather, Nagasaki would have been untouched? Unlikely, because I don't think, honestly, Japan does the surrender on the grounds the Allies are prepared to accept without that going through that experience. Sadly enough.
Congratulations, you have been turned into the Empire of Atomic Bomb-Beer.
Yeah. How would the Spanish-American War, otherwise known as Disaster 1998 in Spain, change if the Japanese intervened in the Spanish side? Well, it wouldn't change much, although I'm fairly sure Japan gets the Philippines afterwards. I don't think really anything really... the Americans are going to have trouble fighting the Japanese, but the Japanese don't have their full fleet yet by any stretch of the imagination. They do not have the fleet they would have in 1905 to fight the Russians at Tsushima. They certainly don't have the fleet they have after Tsushima. So the thing is, I think possibly you see a longer war. But I also think the Spanish still lose the Philippines and their eastern territories.
Which
And
honestly, Spain's literally sat there going at this point, "Oh no, what a shame! We lost the territory that was costing us a ton of money to maintain, and we kept the territory that actually makes us money, and now we can defend it more effectively. Oh dear, Japan, we'll
well,
never ever forgive you for this."
well, no. The thing is, I think they might give it to the Japanese as a way of a way of getting them to join the war. I was trying to think of what grounds the Japanese would actually join the war in their state in that time on the Spanish side, and the only thing would be if the Spanish offered them the Philippines.
Yeah, you've basically got to give the Japanese some reason
Yeah.
to get involved.
Otherwise, they wouldn't.
And I'm sorry to say, yeah, like here's the thing: you can't just say an X joined war because that, like, so many alternate histories and other bits of fiction fall apart when X joined war, and I'm sat there going, okay, now would you mind explaining to me why?
Because that has a big impact on
They
what they're
joined.
prepared to do. Because I
Yeah.
cannot see the Japanese forces are mostly set up defensively. They're really quite defensively deployed in this period. So Philippines, okay, maybe they go, maybe. And the only reason I could see that happening and there being a sort of war is if prior to the war, before war is even declared, basically the Spanish go, here's the deal, Philippines, we're handing the Philippines off to Japan in return for an alliance. And then when the Americans decide to attack Cuba, etc., their fleet, when it sails into Manila Bay, finds the Japanese fleet sitting there going, hello. Which could be an interesting thing, because the Japanese fleet is in a very different state to the Spanish fleet. And under that scenario, they could...
and also it is...
They could, yeah.
Yeah, and also there is, like, it buys time for Pelayo and her task force to come out east.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, say what you like about Pelayo, Dr. Clarke, but there's a big difference to having a battleship in the Pacific and not having a battleship in the Pacific. Because, yeah, Pelayo may be old and a little bit off-kilter compared to some of her American counterparts, but if she's the only battleship in the region...
The thing is, though, they might not... If they handed the islands over to the Japanese for a security treaty, then she could be going to the Caribbean. She could be reinforcements.
I mean, the Caribbean... I mean, the Caribbean is what the... I mean, we all know the Caribbean is what the Come on, use your words, Fleet. Use your words.
Well, the Spanish
That's okay.
wanted.
You don't need those words.
Yes, like that. The Caribbean is basically what the Spanish need to keep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because Cuba, Cuba is economically, it's not vital, but it does provide a nice boost to Spanish GDP. Whereas the Philippines is a millstone around their neck. So if it comes down to it, handing over the Philippines to Japan is no downside if it means the Japanese come on side. And there's also the small fact that it enables Spanish forces to concentrate aggressively heavily in the defense of the oh, come on.
Caribbean territories?
Yes, thank you.
Do you have a problem with saying the word Caribbean?
I seem to, don't I? Yeah.
Are you all Caribbeaned out?
I mean, to be fair, he does have interesting issues with image processing, so, you know, the odd vocal processing with words, you know.
I'm not that much of a... Okay, I may be that much of a...
You like the Hosh.
There is nothing wrong with the Hosh, sir.
There's so much wrong in that statement, but we'll just keep moving on. RG, question. Who wins a fight? Space Battleship Hosh versus Space...
Battleship HMS Captain.
Space Battleship Captain, HMS Captain. The judges are the
on,
Japanese, Germans, Russians, and Americans. Winners get 2 years of their favorite beverage.
Oh, come on, we all know who wins that fight. Captain can't hold a candle to Hosh. It's
Yeah,
not
but
even funny.
But Captain can't capsize if it's in space.
Yes, but Hosh is just a ship of massively superior um firepower.
But it's also
She's
Hosh.
Yes, but that doesn't change the like. For example, you can put the Hispanias up against any pre-dreadnought. Now, the Hispanias are objectively the worst dreadnoughts ever built. However, um, it's still a
I
pre-dreadnought
would like to
trying to
point out we
fight the
do have that
Hispanias.
recorded.
What?
That is recorded.
Which bit?
Him saying that the Spaniards are the worst dreadnoughts ever built.
Look, I love the Hispanias as much as the next man, but But I'm not stupid enough to not admit they are objectively not the. They are objectively the worst dreadnoughts ever built. That just is a fact of life. Like I can.
Your defense of Hosh has led to my poodle licking my chair out of stress.
But yeah, Hosh absolutely dominates Captain.
Yes, probably. Unless Captain finds a way to capsize onto the top of Hosh, in which case they both probably go down. And that's the other problem with the weapons fit in space, because in space there is no up nor down, but you can attack from all around. So if Hosh was standing there and Captain decided to attack from underneath, looking at that sort of angle while she was up here, sort of crossing the T, or rather going underneath the T, then probably the Hosh loses, because let's be honest, if she's hit by that much firepower in her base, that's going to affect things.
Yep.
Right. So.
Alrighty. Channel or channel? Question 2. How did said war affect American-Japanese relations? What was his last question?
It would just make them worse.
So I guess that's over.
It would just make them worse.
On brand for American-Japanese relations in that time period?
Are you
Yeah,
actually just
basically
sitting
it's
there
very
going, I
unsurprising.
want a biscuit? Is this what you do? And now you've made it so slippy, I'm actually falling off my seat.
No biscuits.
No biscuits but hardtack.
Good God. Poodles.
I wouldn't go that far. No biscuits, but hardtack is just a little bit cruel.
Yeah.
Steve Clarke, question. There has been a discussion today about UAD. I'm getting an opinion that it is becoming less useful as a historical tool. Essentially, discuss your concerns with the current iteration of UAD and its usefulness as applied to your channel, your work with the channel and other venues.
I mean, I will point out UAD was never useful as a historical tool.
Oh, it was. But it was useful as an exemplar tool. So basically, whilst I couldn't use it for running simulations to realistically show things, I'd always run them through to my version of Harpoon to get stats and results, because I can set it up and have Harpoon run the simulation, run the battle 1,000 times over the course of a day on a computer which I have to set up to run it.
Hey, folks, this is why you come to Dr. Clarke with your questions about battles and circumstances, because he's got the algorithmic machine. Fleet does not have the algorithmic machine.
No, he has his old PC, which he's basically turned into basically a Harpoon machine, and it literally just exists to run the Harpoon software. And the moment I can get the software updated to run onto this computer, then life gets a little bit easier for me, because I can have it running on one screen while I'm working on the other screen, and I can actually watch it the whole time. As it is, what I have it done is I have a splitter put on one of the screens, and I can activate that when I need to go to the other source. But the point is, with UAD, the good thing about it was I could do the ship battles, I could arrange the ships, I could build them, design them so they would look exactly as close as I could to the historical things, and I could run a stipulation that I could show people, because the trouble with my version of Harpoon and most things is it was created by a friend, and it's got things in there which are not for public viewing, mainly because they've created it, and they don't want their stuff being given away before they've build at the point they want to sell it, etc., and those sort of things. All right? Which is fine. That's perfectly fine. I will rather use an accurate version for doing my work than worry about not being able to display it to the public. As much as I'd like to, I can't, so that's fine. But the thing is, the UAD system, what I could do was I could set it on AI and have the computer system run both ships, and I could put my hand back and say, well, now we can watch this and see how this would possibly work out. And this is fair. With the AI system gone, I now have to run it myself. And that's no longer going to be fair. It's no longer considered a fair match.
Yeah.
Admittedly,
What I will point out is that
keep the campaign. I can keep the fighting to more historical, accurate manoeuvring, but yeah.
Yeah, well, of course, Rule the Waves is coming sailing in to save us at this point by actually bringing in a battle creator,
Yes.
which you can let the AI just manage entirely.
And there is going to be a few other systems coming. There's a few other things coming. Well, there's the new naval warfare game, etc.
Yeah, me and Dr. Clarke have different opinions on Rule the Waves. I love it. I think it's better than UAD. I always have.
Seneca, Harpoon is essentially a naval battle simulation software. I think it's late 90s, early 2000s was when it initially came out.
And the company that produced it basically based a version of it was actually used as still as the basis for quite a lot of the simulation systems used by the armed forces. I do have a few other even more advanced fancy-wancy games versions which include a massive simulator system, which is incredibly advanced and complex and can allow me to simulate all the battle systems from all three. From land, sea, air, and space into one battle. And it's a really interesting game. But the trouble is, it's got some things in there which make it automatically far more game-like than scenario testing-like. Right. But yeah, basically UAD was very good for doing the illustration parts of the process. And now it's not.
Dr. Clarke has issues with Rule the Waves in terms of how the ships look and they don't match up with their stats. I mean, statistically, it's fantastic as a simulation of naval combat, but...
But the thing is, if I want to do that, I can run through the Harpoon system. And that's going to be better.
Yeah, like he's got that.
This is the trouble. The thing is, I want something which is graphically good I can use. So it doesn't work for that. If I want to do the stats analysis, then frankly the Harpoon system, as said, I leave it running. I can tell it to run a process 1,000 times and produce me the stats and give me the results of what those 1,000 times are. I can leave it if I want to, and I have done this in terms of naval aviation battles. For example, some of the battle scenarios I set up with Operation Sea, I had it run it through 10,000 times over the course of about 7 days, just sat in my office running away happily. And then produces the stats.
Makes sense.
And that's great. But it's a case of, I can't really show that to people. Also, it's graphically, it's not very interesting at that point. But that will do all that for me, and I can set it up to do it. And I can literally go into, set the system, it's got some battles, their stats and their formations pre-programmed in. So, historical battles, my friend has done an absolute amazing job on this one. If they ever do turn their systems into an actual computer game or something they're selling, they are going to make an absolute mint because it's going to be amazing. Because you'll be able to go in there and go to battle scenes and just go select this battle. Yeah, sea power is coming, and that's going to be that'll be interesting to look at. I will be really enjoying looking at that.
Especially given how it does actually simulate gunnery as well.
Yes,
up to and including battleship level. So even though it is missile combat in the Missile Age, you could feasibly wind the clock backwards or forwards as you wish, provided modding is allowed, which it seems to be.
But there is a limitation for various reasons to what I can discuss on that one.
Oh yeah, of course, sea power is not quite here yet, but don't forget it will be.
Give me another couple of weeks, and I can maybe talk about it.
I'm existed.
I can say it's going to be a really interesting game when it comes, but we'll see. Now, it's a cool system. Anyway, Bowmeal Boy. Having watched a rather interesting video on directed energy weapons being used against drones, do you think there is a place for the UK Sunpad to build a Tycho-style nuke cruiser? I
The
think,
problem is you don't
honestly...
need with.
Carry on.
Do you want to go first or shall I? I don't know which way we're working it.
Go on, you go first. Go on.
The thing is, you don't need like nuclear driven warships are useful in certain key circumstances, but what we've got here, like the knee with laser weaponry, you're looking at its power density that matters, and for the UK, you can get that power density much easier and with less fuss with a gas turbine setup than you can with a nuclear setup. You also don't really need a cruiser to use directed energy weapons. You can put them on anything, provided it has the power generation.
Let's be honest, Tychos are not cruisers, they're destroyer leaders. They could call
Yes.
cruisers
And
to close the cruiser cap the Soviets, that's it.
I'm going to chime in with that. While the U.S. has this problem, as well with its fission surface fleet, the UK has much closer relations to partner navies, which do not permit nuclear vessels to enter their harbors.
Mm-hmm.
So it's more of an issue for the Royal Navy than it is for the U.S. Navy.
I'd say the only other navy other than the Americans who might get into it would be, because the nuclear power cruisers, the main advantage for them is to being able to hang out with a nuclear carrier. So it's basically, that's the French and the Americans who have nuclear carriers. And the whole reason you go for a nuclear power cruiser is A, it can keep up with them, and B, you can have lasers and emails, and you have no power density. You have no issues. You basically you can have capacitors and systems to sort of boost up extra power, but your reactor will deal with most of your issues. But if you're going gas turbines, that's mainly when you go with the Zumwalt system and you have a huge power density system set up, and like the Zumwalts do, or the Queen Elizabeth class do. And you have the ability to to basically go, okay, we can turn this on and we can boost our power up this way, or we have batteries and we can draw power from them for this scenario and this scenario. And what's really frustrating with me is that there was the option for the Type 45s to have that built in from the beginning, but someone decided to save some money. That's always the same.
And now they get to spend even more money.
Oh, that's been a lifelong problem and lifelong cost. The amount of money they've spent over the years trying to do fix after fix after fix to basically recreate what they could have built in the beginning with more redundancy and would have been better for the through life the thing of the ships is absurd. It's one of those things though. It was penny smart, pound foolish. But it's because I think it worked out it would be an extra 20 mil on the build of each ship. We saved 120 mil. How much have we spent through the life on them? Probably a few billion to try and fix that problem. Yeah.
This is probably about right.
When can we expect the return of build trumps? I think Drax's back from Italy this week. And yeah, me, Jamie, and him will hopefully get together at some point and start recording build trumps. Then who knows when they'll come out. But they'll be coming out as YouTube podcasts. Which means they'll also be probably... They might even just come out as videos as well. But they'll be YouTube podcasts, because YouTube videos you can listen to as podcasts. And there's a setting I can flick in YouTube for it to do, and that's a lot easier. And so they'll probably end up coming out on my channel as well, I have to admit. I will probably be lazy. There's a discussion as to whether I set up a whole new channel for Build Trumps alone, and I probably won't, because honestly I just don't want to have the admin of dealing with it.
Yeah, based on what I'm seeing come through on my YouTube recommendations, it will split them out by playlist. So I have a suggested Bruships playlist on my YouTube music for podcasts.
Yeah. So it works out quite well. Michael Cooch, you're in charge of the French Navy in the 1880s. This must be a question for the foo. You have locked the proponents of the Junacol in a cupboard. Why is that cupboard not set alight? What is your naval strategy?
Oh, don't worry, we'll get to
that.
Okay, so basically, first things first, we need to take stock of where we are. We've just come out of the nadir in the aftermath of the Franco-Prussian War. So it takes about 10 years for the French Navy to get over that hump. Although there is some limited construction going on. But now we're through, and we have decided to spend money on the Navy again.
Yeah.
Basically, as Dr. Clarke knows, it's not France's infrastructure that holds it back most of the time, apart from when Ginecole wrecks all that. It's France's willingness to spend money on the Navy.
It's kind of like me and my current construction projects, because I know to get the work done, I need to spend about 300 quid on tools. And it's reminding myself that I actually need to spend actually spending that money, which is going to be the problem. Because I can do the projects. I just need a tabletop saw and a wall scanner. And because, helpfully, and this is always the fun thing as well, someone was using my sander when I wasn't here, and they broke my sander.
Oh my. Oh dear.
And yeah, apparently I can't demand they pay for a new sander.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you can always demand that they pay for a new sander. You just may not actually ever see any of that money.
I will not see that money. I know. So my plan is to buy buy a new cordless drill as well, because my old one is now about 20 years old, I realised, and it's starting to get to the point of I think its motor might have finally worn out. And it's a 20-year-old cordless drill, so it's quite a nice one, you know. Yeah.
At this point, individual ship types don't really matter. It's build strategy that matters. So Hoshi is being built, but the thing is, we'll actually build her in, we'll not have her on the stocks for 10 years. We'll get her out in a reasonable time. So for France, in the 1880s, you're looking at 3 to 4 year keel laying to commissioning for capital ships. And that's before the damage Ginecole does. And that hovers about constant for French shipbuilding until they really get going in the pre-dreadnought era. So we've got Hoche building, then build the Marceau class after her, but they'll be built much earlier. Ideally, I want 6 of those Barbette ships, because that then gives me 6 ships to match the first Admiral class that the British are building. Then I probably want
the British probably order about 12, because it's the 2 fleet.
Standard. Because they can.
Oh no, I'm aware of this.
So every
I'm
time
not trying
you order
to build
something, you're just gonna order more, and you're just gonna put yourself into a bad situation.
Oh no! I know. I'm not trying to build to counter Britain. I'm trying to build to be bigger than everyone else. I'm trying to retain my rank 2 spot ahead of everyone else.
So essentially, you're going to pour nitrous onto the developing naval arms race.
Basically, yeah. Although I'll be very careful to, bear in mind that it's all about balancing how much we build with how much Britain wants to build. So you don't want to scare them, but you want to be enough of a threat that they have to take you somewhat seriously.
Now, for those who don't realise, the pictures I'm showing,
you don't want to.
These have come through from Leslie today from Hartlepool and HMS Trim Conley. Carry on. But I just thought I'd show people some nice pictures of a nice warship from the Age of Sail, which
I'll base.
Is that the palette cleanser for Hoche? Sorry.
Yes,
sorry,
it is. It was the palette cleanser for the middle image of Hoche.
I'm used to it at this point. This is my lot in life. This is where I am. Alright, so where are we? Good thing I have my Conways here. Where is the French? Here we are. First of all, coast defense ships end with the Tempete class breastwork monitors, and we build no more. We have no need of coast defense ships. We can build full-on battleships, which frees up additional funding to build more full-on battleships. So let me think. Where are we? So we build host the muscles.
Bush
Um,
Creek.
we use the admirals as basically a, oh my god, this is where everything's going, and we build basically a version, because we'll not have had our shipyards just sit still for ages. We'll have the tonnage to build something in the region of around. Let me see, what were the admirals in size again? Yeah, come on, good book, help me out here. Ah, yes. So Lord Nelson's, don't want those. Not the Formidables. Not the... Oh, the Admirals are actually smaller than Brennus. That's strange. Well, yeah, but they have open. Yeah. So probably build some form of open barbette ship like the Admirals, armed with 13.4-inch guns. Turreted secondary battery, because that's what we're moving towards as the French in this period. Then you've basically joined the all-steel battleship race by the 1890s, building something similar. Probably building Brennus, but larger, so probably 13,000-ton Brennus with actual full armament of twin turrets. I probably can't escape some tumble home in the designs, but it'll be gradually being pared out as we go through the 1890s, with less and less of it in each ship, until we get to about the 1895 period, and you're looking at standard French. You're basically looking at France building standard pre-dreadnoughts. By this point, Germany's just sat there crying in a corner because of the lead I've got at this point over them. And then, of course, again, follow. So basically, France is at this point on the standard path of battleship construction. So we're building about probably the British during the pre-dreadnought period build. Let me think, how many battleships a year are they building? The British are probably building
6 to 8.
Yeah, so if they're building 6 to 8, we're probably building 2 to 4 a year, depending on whether it's a year flush with cash or a year not flush with cash. That's basically good. It's basically going to depend on how nice the French treasury is feeling that year, whether we build 2 or whether we build 4, and of course whether or not that year we're building armored cruisers or other things like that. I have no problem with French armored cruiser development in this period. They build some actually fairly decent ships. So 19. Well, obviously, I will know Dreadnought is coming, and I'll see if I obviously I don't want to get the jump on the British first. I will let Jackie Fisher lay down Dreadnought, and at around the same time, especially France will lay down 4 ships with all their guns on the center line, armed with 12-inch guns, capable of 21 knots, using steam turbines. Shocking, this.
Jackie Fisher will love you because it means that he actually gets a 4-ship class of dreadnought class ships.
Yep.
No, he won't.
Although that will probably eat into 2 years of funding, but that's basically just to give me a head start. Then I'll probably go back to building. Then I'll probably go back to building 2 dreadnoughts a year in addition to other construction. Although we probably will have a year where we build a battle cruiser instead of the dreadnoughts that year, because battle cruisers are useful to us as France in the same way they're useful to Britain. Although we will probably be more leaning Germanic in terms of our battle cruisers, because they kind of do need to be able to stand in the battle line if needed, as well as being able to protect trade and commerce across the French Empire. And that's basically where we are in the lead up to World War One. Assuming Germany has been mad enough to try and, have a crack at a naval arms race, how big their fleet is compared to ours. It's going to depend entirely on, because they have to maintain actually even a larger land army than we do, and in fact there may be a case being made by the here that there's no point getting into an arms race, because trying to match Britain is one thing, but trying to match a much larger French navy, which already has a massive head start, and will probably 9 times out of 10 fight with Britain against us, is basically a losing cause, so why should we bother? Although that may not stop the Kaiser and Tirpitz anyway, because, well, they like their battleships.
Although it's going to cause them a huge amount of trouble, because to try and build to match both the British and the French.
I mean, building to match us is something they could just about do, but we are probably going to be... But because I'm leading the French Admiralty, I will be able to qualitatively qualitatively better ships than
Qualitatively.
everyone else ahead of time. So I will literally build one class of 12-inch dreadnought and then immediately move to 13.4s. Then immediately after that, I'll be up to 15s. I'll be basically speed running and basically to kind of not force but coerce the British into doing the same, because I know full well at this point I'm not fighting the British, but I'm basically doing it to bully the Germans aggressively at this point. So I'll by the outbreak of the Great War, I'm probably looking at 4 12-inch dreadnoughts for 2 years of two, so 4 13.4-inch dreadnoughts, probably with 8 to 10 guns, basically French Orion types. So you're probably looking at a 12-inch battle cruiser, a 13.4-inch battle cruiser, and 2 to 3 15-inch battle cruisers in the French fleet. By the outbreak of the Great War, and you're looking at least a class of 4 15-inch armed ships with probably 8 guns. Whether or not they are fast battleships like the QEs, or whether or not they are slower traditional battleships armed with 15-inch guns, I don't know. It would depend entirely on what everyone else is building, whether or not I go for fast or slow. Probably go for slow, since I've already got a pair of 15-inch battle cruisers either in the water or building at the outbreak of the Great War, which basically means it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how the Great War goes. Navally, the Mediterranean's on lock, because the British will have a much larger fleet because I exist. And yes, even though we're friendly, the British have to always have an ability to fight everyone, because just in case, you never know. The Germans are absolutely politely, in the politest possible sense, up a creek without a paddle, and the boat they're in is collapsing around them. Although you may have German ships with some larger guns than 12-inch before the outbreak of the Great War, given that the caliber race will have been rapidly accelerated. So you may have German 15-inch battleships and 13.8-inch armed battle cruisers, but I don't know whether or
At that
not
point, you
they
probably have
would.
the Royal Navies on 18-inch.
Possibly, yeah. And I'm on
Yeah,
and I'm probably considering plans for 17-inch armed ships.
There is another
given
navy you've forgotten, which would also be in suffering at this point.
the Italians and the Austrians.
The US, part of the tech race, and the Japanese to an extent, but the US definitely is part of the tech race.
Oh yeah, because I'm basically jumping up calibers and numbers of guns.
Yeah.
Along with capabilities of my ships. So the last generation of battle
So that
cruiser
means
I
the
plan to
Americans
build.
will probably also be trying to jump you, and the British will be trying to jump them.
The Germans will be sat there crying into their hands. The Austrians and the Italians are basically going, oh, we just need to concentrate on each other because doing anything else is just silly.
Yes.
You're probably in a universe where you have a couple of 20 or 22-inch prestige ships.
Although that'll probably,
in a universe where Tillman is
after the Great War.
Tillman might be considered, oh good lord, he wanted to order such
He's
small
apoplectic.
ships. Such small
ships. Oh no,
ships.
you realise that
he
you do
really
realise that
didn't
Tillman...
understand the needs of naval warfare ordering such small ships.
Well, he also... it wasn't that, it was more the fact that he wanted the US Navy to stop asking for money at all. So he basically just in frustration asked them to go and tell them what's the biggest ship they could possibly build. He wasn't really navally inclined.
No, he was massively naval inclined. I'm not sure where you're getting that from, but I've spent enough time studying him, sadly enough, for various things. He's massively naval inclined, but not in the way you think. He wants to build cruisers because you can build them in Charleston Navy Harbour. And the trouble is, every time you keep having to upgrade the destroyer, the battleship build gets what gets cut.
Cruisers.
So what he wants to do is quite simple. He wants the US Navy to tell them what battleships they want to build, so he can plot out and plan for building the most expensive battleships they will build, and they can budget and allocate for them. And so the budget for the cruisers is safe. Because if you look at what the Americans are building, when they're building it, what are they not building?
Cruisers or battle cruisers, both, basically.
Cruisers, they do the same thing as the Germans do. During the Anglo-German naval race, the Germans, to be able to build the high seas fleet, they sacrificed building cruisers. And that's the thing. You always look, the Royal Navy are still churning out huge numbers of cruisers. The whole way through.
Gentlemen, I'm going to
we've got quite
knock us over the head on this one, I believe.
Yeah.
And also, John South, just as a heads up, if you want to resubmit that question regarding the Bretagnes and Corbett's, with a exclamation point, question mark, Q&A, or query. That'll get you in queue to get that up on the screen. Stafford Thompson, question. Have you seen my message on Facebook about HMCS Harry D. Wolf being bow to bow with HMCS Haida again over this weekend and its related message?
No, because I haven't logged into Facebook. So fun this weekend. I will go and have a look at some point in a bit after this is over tonight's evening. But thank you for that.
Knight 6831, question 224. How many of the defense cuts can be blamed on the RAF being way too greedy for its own good, as the UK serials reveals that the RAF had planned to buy a lot more than they got? I don't know what they intended to buy, but
No. In case of don't take this the wrong way, Knight, but services are always trying to plan for getting everything they want and dream of, and then they deal the reality. And yes, they might go and ask for that, but look at what they actually got. That's more that's more realistic. But in a nice way,
Yep.
one of the things you find when you go to the Treasury is if you ask for what you want, you won't get that.
You ask for more
Yeah.
than you need.
essentially, what you do when you're dealing with when you're asking any sort of bureaucratic or corporate leadership, and believe it or not, governments and large corporations, there's not that much daylight between them
No.
and how they operate internally. You go with you lead with your pie in the sky, gold plated, platinum cord option in terms of cost. You then have a couple of things in the middle, and one of those is what you actually need. And then you have the barest minimum that you can get away with as your lowest option. So this way you give the people who are making the decisions the illusion of choice, and hopefully
Yes.
they land on what you want, not everything you've ever, not just the bare minimum of what you need.
The trick is
I'll
to
also
try and
point
make
out-
what you want the second from bottom.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say that that's what you always do. I'm just saying in future, if you're doing these things and you want to make your bosses happy, give them 5 options and make sure the one you want is the second from the cheapest option. And then they'll say, well, you can do that, but I'm going to be good. I'm going to give you this option because this will give you slightly more than you need to do the job, won't it? And they'll feel generous and magnanimous, and you'll have what you need to do the job. So,
Alrighty. Blackburn. How would it change things if the Washington Naval Treaty was 10-10-744, but no other changes? Well, Japan's a lot happier and probably stays invested in the treaty system, especially if there's no building holiday.
The UK and America are absolutely annoyed.
This is the point
Are
which
they-
why they've still got a 6 advantage when they've got 20 ships.
Yeah.
Because they're
Also,
not going to
too,
accept less
you may
than
want to look.
15.
That's Blackburn. I think that's also heavily covered in Equitable Treaty series.
Yeah. That's better, but it was, look, in the nicest way. This is going to sound funny, but again, this is the lesson I had from the dinner. It was quite fun because I was sitting at the table, and at one point, Dan F was explaining one thing to one of the other guests, and it was literally like hearing myself talk, because it was all the points I would be making, and then Dan C was explaining something to another guest, and I was sitting there chatting with Dan's friend Tash. That's Dan S. friend Tash, who also come with us. And I was just chatting about this thing. And basically around me, there were 2 conversations going, which were basically sounding like me telling people about these naval history events. And I just love it when the amount of stuff I've done teaching, etc., has managed to pay off, and people are able to obviously agree with it enough, invest enough to actually basically repeat what I would be saying. I like this. So either that or, Runon, you have listened to me too much. Yeah, we'll go for the if you want. But yeah, it's basically if they got.
It's a great way to pass the time when you're doing a lot of tedious, sparky, twisty wire work at work.
Now the thing you have to think.
It's just
Yeah, Karen.
It's just great. It's just great background noise to go on autopilot too.
Yeah. So basically 10, 10, 7, 4, 7, 4, 4. You have to remember that's going to work out as 8 battleships each for France and Italy. It's going to work out as 4 aircraft, 4 carriers for each of them. It's going to work out as 7 carriers for Japan, but 10 for Britain and America. Instead of the 5 they historically had. And if you're working out, you're going to have 20 capital ships each. So if you think about that, then you're suddenly getting 4 ships for the Nelrod construction. Roughly. Probably British, maybe some of the 13.5-inch other battleships last a bit longer as well. And those sort of
Tiger's definitely sticking around for a while.
Yeah, and the American the thing is, what that treaty really does, other than making the Japanese slightly happier because they got a 70%, they're allowed 14 ships now, is think about it from the perspective of World War II when you're trying to rearm to fight them, and you've suddenly got Japan, France and Italy both have 8 ships now, not 6 but 8, and 8 full-size ships.
Yeah, you might see
Bern
Britain's completed as a Norman.
Britain's on 20.
Yeah.
That's a lot of ships. The fact is also
the U.S. will.
Yeah, Karen.
The U.S. will get to 20 plus 4 and then stop building. Because that's what the U.S. does. I hate Congress.
The U.S. will, the U.S. will sort of they've got plans for they'd actually potentially have to build up to get to 20 ships as well, because that's going to give you, if you've got nothing else changes, that gives you 700,000 tons as your treaty limit for your capital ships. And if I open up my Washington Treaty table, 700,000 tons, and this is in the Equitable Treaty System, I know that because I did this whole scenario. For the Royal Navy, if your limit is now 700,000 tons, you've got 311,000 tons to play with to get in Nelson, Rodney, Anson, whatever. So you could actually, for 35,000 ton ships, you could technically build, well, you could, with pretty much 300,000 tons to play with, that's before you take out the 13.5-inch ships. If you've got the 13.5-inch ships, how do I put this politely? You can build 3, so they could build if they can they could build 3 Nelrods without getting rid of any of the 13.5-inch ships. If they get rid of them, then it's definitely 6 ships. It's 6 35,000 ton ships. So if you think about that, if you can build 6 ships instead of Nelson and Rodney, as building 2, you probably build 4 battleship variants and 2 battlecruiser variants. So you probably build 2 F3s and 4, maybe even 4 Melrods.
No.
You might even build 3 and 3. I'm just saying.
I'm going to ingest a tag on from Jacob W5570 here. If the numbers for the treaties do go up by that much, how will the minor nations also build more? From my chair, all of the nations that have light cruiser or bigger shipyard capacity are already in the treaty, except for Russia, and Russia's a bit of a mess, and Germany, who has been absolutely squashed by the Versailles Treaty.
And there's the Dutch.
So there's not a lot of...
who basically will spend the next 20 years arguing and debating what they're going to build, and then when it's decided there's going to be World War II, and they're going to get squashed again.
Yeah, so
that's
with
what
the
happens to
exception of the Dutch. But also, too, the Dutch, at least in what I have understood from primarily Dr. Clarke and Drac, is that the Dutch were more system integrators than they were system designers. They would they had some internal designs, but by and large, they'd usually buy systems from foreign manufacturers and incorporate them into their own vessels.
What they're saying is they'd buy the ships from the foreign manufacturers, but then they'd integrate their own weapon systems. They'd have things like the Hazemare, radar-guided guns, and those sort of things. So basically what they do is they buy the overall design and then integrate their systems. They adapt it rather than necessarily build it completely themselves. The Swedish could be interesting, but honestly, in that scenario, I don't think anyone really changes much. And I think, yeah, it'll be having that build it that. I'm just looking at that from the scenario, looking at the American fleet. I've got that up in front of me. Washington Treaty USN. And by my reckoning, if the agreed official aim is 700,000 tons, I think they get some Lexingtons because, well, actually, would the Lexingtons come in at under 35,000 tons? You could make a Lexington under 35,000 tons. You could remove a turret.
Maybe.
Well, if you remove X turret, or Y turret, you could shrink down the armor coverage, and you could probably do it.
Could do that.
And that would probably make it come in under that, and then you could build, because they've got space for 5 ships as well, roughly. Oh, definitely USS Washington gets finished, so they end up with 4 Colorados.
Yeah, I think from my lame person's chair, I don't think you're gonna get the building holiday. They might decide to push the displacement limit on capital ships up a little bit. Maybe ? And essentially, the biggest thing it's going to do is it's just going to bury Germany more when World War II in Europe eventually lights off. It might, depending upon how First and Second London go, make the Japanese slightly more amenable to diplomatic solutions versus warfare solutions, but I kind of doubt it.
I think,
and then after that, it starts just getting back into the infrastructure questions.
I think the big thing you probably see is the British lay down, if they've got the ability to build 6 ships, they probably lay them down 1925, 1927, 1929, lay down 2 each year. And that's going to keep their production facilities going quite easily. That's going to provide enough going throughput of battleship armor, etc. You're going to have built them all. And they're going to commission then 1927, 1929, and 1931. And that leads very nicely into you designing and developing the King George V class.
Right, gentlemen, I'm sorry. I'm going to have to leave you now, sadly.
Okay.
It's been fantastic, as it always is.
Okay.
I will see you all. Probably I'll see some of you for ramblings tomorrow. Hopefully I'm feeling better than I am right now. Take care, folks, and I'll catch you all on the bounce. Bye.
Take care.
See you around, Fleet.
Take care, Fleet. Oh, right. So, Robert Dennett's done a couple of super checks. Have they been caught by the system?
I've gotten at least one. I'm still waiting to see if they're getting captured organically, but I've sneaker netted 2 over, one of which you've answered. Just to respond to a comment in chat, Shebra, I probably just butchered your name, and I'm sorry. It's only traditionally considered very bad if the wires you're twisting up start sparking if you're union or new construction. If you're service work, that's normal operation and to be expected, if not the best thing on the planet. Now to Robert Dennett's question. What was the contemporary European reaction to the Spanish-American War, such as the United Kingdom?
Not much surprise. Because they knew what the state the Spanish fleet was in. Their main thing was going, this shows we need to be more sensible in our defences around the world, but the British were already paranoid. It's one of those factors which plays into some of the decisions made in the fleets which are built around the empire, but yeah, it's more a case of an illustration of this is a problem which can happen if you don't do it, rather than this is a startling revelation. Ramul, why did they keep some Bottomer class and one class in service with 8-inch 55 guns retained up until 1970s to counter the Soldats and also naval gunfire support in Vietnam? Pretty much it's naval gunfire support. To an extent, it's also the Svoldovs, because until you're absolutely sure that you can kill them by other means, Baltimore or Des Moines will do. And let's be honest, the other advantage of them is that you can deploy a couple of them, and that's not a whole carrier task group to hunt a Svoldov, and they have a good chance against a Svoldov. So, do you want to send the thing that usually people turn that I always find interesting when people, they go, oh, well, this gun cruiser, oh yeah, you can sink it easy with a carrier battle group. Yeah, that means you have to send a carrier battle group to the Indian Ocean to go kill it. In a war against the Soviets, do you want to be sending carrier battle groups to the Indian Ocean, or do you want to concentrate your forces in the Pacific and the Atlantic? You want them in the Pacific and Atlantic. So you want to be able to send a minimal force possible to go hunting the Svoldovs.
Do you want to have to send a carrier battle group to secure the South Pacific or South Atlantic trade lanes?
No, you don't want to have to do that.
From a Cyril, especially in the South Atlantic, where it's just going to munch on your forestals and modernize midways.
And let's be honest, the thing is, until you have enough nuclear-powered submarines to be able to have them racing around the world and potentially send one of them to hunt it down, and they have the sense and abilities to do so, you don't want to have, you can't rely on those. And so, yeah, 8-inch cruisers, go hunt them down. It makes sense. It works.
Especially with the Des Moines, which actually have some degree of armor for the Sverdlovs, and they were armed with roughly 6-inch, if I recall correctly.
Yeah. They're good ships.
Alrighty, I'm going to grab Robert's question now.
He's got a 1 of 2.
Yeah, he's
which
got
I don't see the second part of.
two-parter in there. Nope, it's right next. Oh. It's the. All right, Robert Dennett. 1 of 2. USS Franklin and USS Bunker Hill, both being heavily damaged, were fully repaired post-war and kept in reserve, waiting for an ultimate conversion, which never occurred. Now for the question. If in 1965 the U.S. Navy, due to some extraordinary event, decided to rebuild these two ships needing more carriers, what would they do? Money being no factor, what could you do with a fresh, clean Essex? Helicopter carrier at that point?
Yeah, at that point it's going to be a helicopter carrier. It's literally that's the limitations of what if you don't want you can't stress the hull by going anything further. So it's going to be a helicopter carrier, and it's going to be maybe you make him even into an amphibious warfare vessel with actual troop transport troop capabilities. So you could actually modify the hull to take troop storage, have the troops in there as well as having the helicopter hangar. So you could turn them into an actual comfortable LHA.
Yeah,
LPH platform system. Probably what I would do.
Of course, too, because now I seem to have I have now started a minor discussion about the validity of sparks when making connections. It always depends upon the caliber and size of spark, as well as how much are you expecting it, and where is the location of it. I comment with my job. There's not much in my job that actually scares me, but having a lightning bolt literally go off in my face is pretty much always top dog. Because yeah, there's a reason we call the high calorie arc flash suits bomb suits. Because it's like a bomb suit just without the ballistic protection.
Yeah.
And on that cheery note, the new IKB 4472. Question: Would the non-existence of the Suez-Panama canals result in more effort being put into forcing the northwest/northeast passages?
Probably some idiot's going to push more stuff into it, but there's only so much you can do to get it through. Yeah.
Yeah, you're essentially the only reason those two passages are becoming viable ship or areas of interest with regards to shipping is because we've sufficiently melted the polar ice enough to where you can reasonably keep the sea lanes clear or push passageways through via icebreakers leading the way and ice reinforced vessels instead of playing bumper cars in the South China Sea with them.
Yeah. It's
Congo
it's
versus
gonna be interesting.
Scharnhorst.
I have to admit, I have one of the boxes I've got my eyes on. A couple of sets of boxes of books I've got my eyes on that I will. The moment I get more kalaxes in here, I will open up. Are the ones which I haven't had for years, which are open because they've been at home in storage, basically, which are all my geography books, and my geographical factor books, etc., and all those things for me that I sort of use for studying and preparing data when it's geography applied to history. As in, this is what's physically in the way. This is what you can do. It's going to be interesting to read those and read the latest reports and compare to what some of those books said about 30, 40 years ago to say what they're saying today. It's always interesting and fun to do that. Right. Congo versus the Scharnhorst. Well, I think that's probably an example of Scharnhorst go bye-bye. Because Congos are armed with multiple 14-inch guns and are very, very well armed and very well trained.
And have some very reliable, I guess is the best way to phrase it, fire control and range finding systems.
Yeah.
Knight 6831, question 223. Had the Royal Navy gotten all 96 Douglas AD-4W Sky Raiders AEW.1s as planned for when it goes in 1962, how many more Ferry Gannet AEW.3s will the Royal Navy try for?
Probably they'll try and replace them on a one-for-one basis, because that would make most sense. I'll probably ask for a slightly more than a one-for-one basis so they can try and get the one-for-one basis. Remember the trick I told you earlier?
Or at least the one for 0.8. Now, I will, in relation to Robert Dennett's question, Lord Fisher did nothing wrong, sent me a link to a GAO document regarding reactivation of Iowa and the aircraft carrier Orinsky. Oriskany? Question mark?
Mm-hmm.
I will link this in chat, but it's stating out how they intend to use the battleships, how they intend to use the Oriskany. They wanted to put A4Ms, which would be a daylight only, and they essentially want to treat it as part of a carrier group. So yeah, it would provide air support for marine amphibious operations and would be limited to operations in the Pacific. In discussions with Navy officials. I will copy that insofar as this document permits this to be copied.
Okay.
Oh, quite well. So, all right, that'll pop up appended in a thread to Robert Dennett's question.
Okay. Which one's that one? While doing that's coming out, I will talk about Peral. So, what can you tell us about the 1899 Spanish submarine Peral and its designer Isaac Peral? Well, the thing was, you actually scared me when you asked that, because I was going, it was 1889, wasn't it? And I was going, is my brain wrong? Or is... let's go check. It was 1889, so I'm going to presume you put in a title, but don't worry. These things happen. So laid down 1887, commissioned 1889, decommissioned 1890. It's an interesting little sub. It's got 2 torpedoes, 1 tube, so it can fire one and then reload and fire another. It was, 85 tons submerged, 77 tons on the surface. Top speed of 7.8 knots on the surface, so it could just about get out of the Mediterranean if it wanted at that point on the surface. It could do 3 knots underwater, so it's going backwards underwater in some parts of the Mediterranean. And it could do 400 nautical miles at 3 knots, so let's be honest, you only need to be in a 3.5 knot 3.5 knot waterway, and you will end up at 3.5 knot current, and you'll be going backwards. It was it was an interesting little vessel. Okay, and it's still there, I think. It couldn't charge its batteries while underway, which is a small issue. Just a small issue. I'm not sure I would call her the first U-boat or the first submarine. I think that's a bit of overstatement. But she's certainly got some skills. And I always like the way people try and differentiate between U-boats and submarines. And you sit there and go, they're not, they're just submarines. And so if you call something the first U-boat, you're calling it the first submarine. And if you can't get over calling something the first submarine, you can't call it the first U-boat. It's an interesting scenario you get into, where people try and make something into the first of something by making it into the first of something else, which is a subclass of that thing, to try and make the claim, and you go, no, it's not. It's not. But it's an interesting vessel. It is. Right then, there's a...
I'm going to punt that one over to you, Dr. Clarke.
Please do.
Because
Oh, so the ships were in quite good condition. I have lots of fun with these ships. Oh, that's a fun one. It's got all the things for the overhaul planning moats. Orinsky, New Jersey, Missouri, Wisconsin, and Iowa. Wow. New Jersey is always the quickest upgrade and update.
I guess the next best thing to a New Jersey minute is the next best thing to a New York minute is a New Jersey minute?
Potentially.
I have to go check on my printers because they are making clicking noises, which concerns me.
I'm not sure I consider Turtle the first submarine. It's certainly the first submersible. But I'm not sure it's quite yet out of what I call a submarine. I'm sorry, there's something about using basically a beer barrel as my way to transport myself underwater that I find mildly disturbing. Question 222 from 9681. If the Royal Navy had 98 Douglas A4D Skyraiders, he wondered, when it's retired between nights, how likely is the other Shackleton A2 comes early? That won't be connected at all, because one will be an RAF aircraft, and one will be a Royal Navy aircraft. And probably getting the one to come earlier than the come early is going to depend on how well they can work together. And let's be honest, that's unlikely.
If I had to take a guess at question 221, as the RN was planning to buy 96 Douglas Skyraiders, and only 50 of the 96 were acquired, what killed off the buying of the other 46? The Treasury wanted to save a couple pounds.
Bingo.
That's my guess. But
bingo. There's no need to go more detail on that. Question 2 from Naval. Why didn't the USN modernize the Worcestershire class instead of the Clevelands into missile light cruisers? I think it's because I seem to remember it was to do with the expense of actually doing a conversion and what they were being used for at the time, and taking them out of service to do the conversion.
And isn't the Worcester class ABCXY or ABCX?
Potentially, yes.
Because that was the we sold one to the Argentinians.
Also, they were
and then you guys put it to the bottom of the sea.
Yeah, that's what happens to Belgranos.
Thank you.
How would things change if the Alaska class had been the basis for missile cruiser instead? Ooh, that's interesting, because they could take a lot of top weight. They have a far wider, far better hull for taking a top weight than the light cruisers, so you could put in a lot of missiles on those things. The thing is, They would just be more effective missiles vessels, but you might have a role of larger missile cruiser in service because the Alaskas, and then if they hang around or in service more, larger cruisers are more of a thing for the U.S. Navy. They might well have continued things like the strike cruiser might have had an easier path to ford.
Yeah, the one question I would have, well, no, they probably would still do it with the Cleveland style conversions because they don't have VLS technology at that point. If memory serves.
No,
they don't have the engineering salt.
So they
VLS.
probably they lose some of their gun turrets to convert to carry missiles.
I was going to say that because I think there was talks about turning Kentucky into an arsenal ship, finishing it instead of as a battleship as an all missile arsenal ship. And I was thinking of them doing something like that with the Alaska's conversion, but
they would have been massive. But probably they're going to leave them with at least. I reckon what probably happens is they end up retaining their forward main armament. They lose their aft gun, and they aft turn to missiles, and forward stays guns.
Or they lose the argument and they turn them into hybrid battleships.
Oh, don't get me started. I see everyone. Did the converted Proteus class coiler turn aircraft carrier Langley still have her collier hull's fatal design flaw? The trouble is you have to be more specific about that. There are lots of potential design flaws in a collier hull. There are lots of them. The whole thing has flaws. If you ever look to the vessels which take ore across and coal and things like that across the Great Lakes, they are, due to their internal structures, have all sorts of design flaws in them. So you have to be specific when you talk about a collier and go, it's a fatal design flaw. Which one? Okay? Which one of their potential design flaws? Also, there's the fact they are sort of designed to be full, and then they go around half the time empty because they've got taken the coal from one place to another place, and they don't have anything in on the way back, and that can cause them issues. And there's all the framing problems. So yeah, there are so many potentially fatal design flaws in a collier design. You have to be more specific with these things like to go for one.
And additionally, too, Langley is fundamentally a testbed until she's converted to seaplane use.
Hello.
So as long as the ship can hold itself together and sail on a reasonably straight course, the U.S. Navy is kind of about anything else.
That's basically all they require, that she still be able to happily float along. Can you
don't cook the crew, question? Don't drown the crew, and don't make the crew dizzy.
Yeah. They're not so worried about the crew too much. As long as the crew can do their job, that's all they care about. If they're ill, that's fine, as long as they can still do their job.
Ramal, question 3. Do you think the active Kirovs are going to have a longer service life than the Nimitz class, since they're nuclear cruisers and also the large hull has room for modernization? I will be cynical and say that they very well may have a longer service life than the Nimitz class if you define as how long are they in commission status for, and not how long are they actually in an active status and or a combat effective status.
I think I would agree with that. I think I would add to that, I think there's only really one currently still operational. They might upgrade the other one, Peter Villicky. Peter Villicky might have another upgrade, but I doubt it because it's hull and the amount of their damages they put it through. But yeah, they haven't even got the one that's supposed to be in refit for years out of refit yet because they're just relying on the fact that at the moment everything's concentrated on Ukraine. So they're not doing anything on any of them. Right. After World War II, Spain brought the hulk Trento with tentative proposals to convert her into a carrier. Let's say they also bought the hull of Aquila.
How would Spanish naval aviation change if the Trento conversion was carried out and Aquila was completed under the names Diedo for Trento and Aguila for Aquila?
Well, they have aviation.
They would have Spanish naval aviation.
That's the thing. Is it'd start earlier. They'd have it. They'd have to buy aircraft from someone. It's going to operate. It's going to affect their operating system. They might buy British. They might buy American. Honestly, considering the Spanish relations, they probably buy American. As a way of trying to cementing themselves into the anti-communist alliance. So yeah, that was sort of starting to form after World War II. So yeah, that'd be sort of what they'd probably do. I don't know. If anything starts to randomly happen, I should point out the poodle is licking the mouse. So.
Fair enough. What if the
I didn't
carriers
click
had
it.
been at Pearl during the attack?
They're sunk.
Ouch.
They're targets numero uno.
Yeah, giga ouch.
Every bomber that can is hitting them. Those carrier operations the Americans do at the beginning of the war, the carrier raids, do not happen. Do not think of things like the Doolittle raid. That's not going to happen. Yeah, it's just they are probably. You know Winston Churchill's decision, which I like to complain about at the beginning of World War II, to pause British carrying cavalry ship construction. He's going to look an even bigger idiot. He's going to have to rewrite history dramatically on that one.
Rewrite history to the point where everybody knows that he's rewriting history?
Yes. Let's put it this way. There are many things which he did do an excellent job and he made the right decision, so please don't get me wrong. But one of the fair analysis you have to do with people is you have to admit when they make a big boo-boo. And that was his biggest boo-boo, I would argue, as far as the Navy is concerned at the beginning of World War II. He makes a lot of boo-boos, but there again, no one's going to make them right. Get them all right, and that's the important thing. To know when people make decisions right and decisions wrong tells you a lot about them and the decision-making process. He makes that decision wrong because he based it on World War I experience, and he presumes he's going to be refighting World War I. And that's a lot of the problems for a lot of the leadership in World War II. For the British, they thought they were fighting World War I, which was mostly a disparate and random naval conflict around the world and mostly centered on Europe. And they found themselves fighting a Napoleonic War Mark II, not a World War I Mark II. And that was the problem.
Oops. Ramal, question 4. Do you think the Type 23 is better than the Oliver Hazard Perry in terms of overall capabilities?
For which service? For which nation? For Britain, yes. For America,
yeah,
no.
that's...
The thing is, they're about the same. No, stop it. Sorry, talking to the poodle. There's only so much liquid I'm prepared to taking on licking the mouse. It could stop it working completely at this point. But the thing is, the OHP is a very good frigate. It's a very good standalone cheap frigate which will do your escort task group duties. The same as the Type 23, which is also a cheap frigate design. The thing is, I would say the Type 23 is better if you're the Royal Navy because it is slightly more focused on anti-submarine warfare hunting and slightly better because the British are prepared to pay for the differences because they're only building 16 to 18 of them. The Americans, who are building 50 of them, well, if you add those differences onto the individual hulls, you end up being only able to pay for the same price for 40 of them. Which would you prefer to have, 50 or 40? 40 slightly better ships or 50 ships? It's going to be 50 ships. For Britain, well, that difference is 18 slightly better ships or what? 19 ships? You might as well have the 18 slightly better ships. It's probably easier for Britain to crew as well, with their numbers. What was the naval aspect of the 7 Years' War in the American theatre? Was it a lot of commerce raiding or were there big battles? Mixture of the two. Mostly commerce raiding. But there were some battles. Mostly when we talk about North American, we talk about North American West Indies theatre. So we're talking about the Caribbean where the battles mostly take place. But I think there's some in the Canadian waters. 7 Years' War. Seriously, can I please move my mouse without you licking things? Oh, you've made the desk so covered in lick that it's not actually detecting the mouse. This is your cunning plan to get patted more. Goodness sake. Poodles, they're so demanding. They really are. So demanding. Non-stop demanding.
Knight 6831, question 219. If the Ditos were designed K25 with 16, 15 and a quarter inch guns for the task the RN wanted I'm presuming the RN wanted for the Ditos, would it be adequate?
Adequate.
More product. Thank you.
Adequate. Don't worry. If I remember correctly, that's the
that
design with
particular
the star
design.
pattern?
Yeah, that's the tetrahedron forward and back of twins.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that. No.
So one in an A, two abreast in a B position, one in a C, and then mirrored onto the rear of the hull.
If I use the poodle as a mousepad, he objects. Actually, no, it does work. It just it just is not a sensible mousepad. No, stop it. The K25, if you use the K25 design instead of the Dido design, and Shira is quite right. It does come after. It's a case of as good as it. How do I put this? As good as it might have been in terms of extra firepower, because you've got these extra guns firing forward, it's going to have top weight issues up on the wazoo. It's mainly done as a design study to show why you shouldn't do that, than as a design study of something we want to do. And that's what you always have to remember when you're looking at design studies. And this is part of the trouble some historians run into, especially when they're not, how do I put this, when they are not historians used to going through Admiralty documents. They do not have the frame of reference to go, hang on, is this the design study the Royal Navy's produced or the US Navy's produced, which is to show why they shouldn't do something, or is it to show why they should do something? Because sometimes you have people like various bright idea fairy merchants in World War II who will go, we need to do this, with more guns. And the Royal Navy needs to be able to readily go, no, we've already looked at that, it don't work, don't do that. And, that's what you end up doing. Are you looking for a poodle?
No, I'm looking for you. If I can borrow you for 2 minutes.
That being
I
said,
have to leave you for
it
a
would
couple of
probably
seconds
be
because I've been asked to be borrowed for a couple of seconds.
It might be fine.
Okay. That being said, that design would probably be marginally more stable than the ABCD Atlantis. There's a point where super firing is not so super. I will get stuck in on Timu's question. Could the U.S. make new 16-inch guns for the Iowa-class battleships that were put back to use? If they wanted to throw enough money at it. I think I'm pretty certain we could make the ingots. I'm pretty certain we could extrude the ingots into the tubes. The question is, can we rifle a 16-inch barrel? And that's where I think even in the 80s though, because you would have stopped making 16-inch barrels probably at the 1946 mark, 1948 mark. If you continued making them even that long, I would imagine the last barrels made, I want to say the long lead items for the Montanas were ordered. And you've got to find the workforce that did it in the 30s. You've got to convince them to come back to work so they can train a new workforce to do it. We could probably reline them, but I don't think we could make soup to nuts from scratch. Definitely not at the drop of a hat. Maybe if we went overseas, we could find somebody who still had the setup, to remill the rifling and inner lining of those barrels. But realistically, what we'd wind up doing is just take some of the spares and shepherd our spares to the biggest extent possible. And do what we did in reality, which is invent better powder and work on getting as many rounds per possible out of the barrel as we could.
I'm going to apologise quickly
instead of
because I'm
trying
going to
to
be a
set
bit
up-
rude. I'm just going to apologise. I've got to send a quick message to someone because both toilets which were installed on Friday while I wasn't here are now leaking. So I'm going to call the person who's coming tomorrow and tell him that the toilets he installed on Friday are leaking. So I need to do that quickly. I will be with you, but I'm going to just mute and just do a quick call. So I apologise. But that's why I got called away. Toilets leaking.
Right.
And that's... in a nice way, if they'd not been installed on Friday, I would be attempting to maybe fix them myself. But they've been installed on Friday, so I'm not touching them. I'm letting the person who installed them
Yep.
fix them.
Fair enough. Their records are almost certainly preserved somewheres. Who ate Bethlehem Steel? Where did it go? Okay. It went hang on, sorry. I've got multiple Dr. Clarks. Okay, so Bethlehem went officially defunct in 2003 due to bankruptcy. It was purchased, it's gone through a variety of names. It's currently being owned by Cleveland Cliffs, which is appropriately based in Cleveland now. They are still a steel maker. Let's see here. Ironically, it had the stock ticker BS until it was delisted in 2002. I'm trying to see if I can find, built that, they built the Massachusetts at Four River Shipyard. I'm just quickly going through the wiki article here.
So,
in 67, they lost the bid for the World Trade Center.
could the US make new 16-inch guns for the Hour-class battleships that
Let
were
me
put back in
unmute
service?
Dr. Clarke in case
Unmute.
he's talking at me. 'Cause that would be convenient.
Could they do that with 16-inch guns? You'd have to rebuild a whole lot of infrastructure in the industry because the trouble is some Bright Spark tried to sell it off quite quickly. But saying that, there could be some stuff stored some places. There could be. So you could do that. That you never know. But also, it's one of those things of if you wanted to do it, you're going to have to invest a lot of money to get it up and running. And they haven't done it in a long time.
Are you responding to Jacob's last statement in the chat?
I've mitigated it, don't worry.
I sent him a message. Yeah.
Um,
Sorry, sister came in again.
So at the risk of repeating what Dr. Clarke just said, Jacob, they probably have very, very precise instructions on how to do it. Just like my code book has very precise guidelines and rules for the certain standards that I have to meet. That doesn't necessarily mean you know how to do it, and that doesn't necessarily mean that you can just read the book and do it right the first time. And more importantly, in that case, it doesn't mean that you've retained the actual physical hardware you need to build that.
There's also things like the example I give is building the kalax bookshelves, right? These are very easy to build. They are very easy to build, and they come with instruction manuals. But there are things I set up and organize before I even build them, and the way I approach building them is not quite with the instruction manual because I know it works out easier and better in the end and produces it better. And there are things you sort of set up because you have the experience of doing it. So basically, if you did the infrastructure, put the infrastructure in place and followed the instructions, you'd have to be prepared for the first batch of guns you produce to be terrible. Because you'd have to learn your experience for it. Okay.
And then on top of that too, if you're going you're probably also going to have to restart the shell program, the 16-inch super heavy or high capacity shell programs, which is a whole nother set of experience and equipment that you need in order to make those shells. Because if you're going to
Strangely
make
enough,
if you're,
that's almost an easier program to redo.
you still have to do it though.
Yeah, you have to redo it, but you have to do it. But that's almost an easier program to do than it is to do the rest. Do you know why?
You
What
just scale up
program?
our
What
current
program
8-inch.
uses a lot of the same ideas and systems in its development as those shells did?
Railgun program, AGS program.
No, it's been ongoing for years, and it was the first thing because the first big, ideas for how to do it were to actually basically were versions of scaled or adapted shell designs. Think about it. We kind of depend on them because they make our ballistic missiles seem so much more better capable.
If you can't see me, that's me giving the shrug at the camera.
Multiple re-entry vehicles, or independent re-entry, multiple independent re-entry vehicles. Someone the other day said did a lovely comment response to me, and I think I did respond back to it in a scuttlebutt, which was based along the lines of, no one would have called them multiple re-entry vehicles rather than multiple independent re-entry vehicles. And I went, yeah, that's the trouble is that's branding by the different companies. And they went, no, this is the standard. No, it's kind of like if you consider so many things in our life where things have become known according to the name of one of the companies that produces it, not the thing it is.
Scotch tape. D&D is a very broad header for pretty much any sort of tabletop RPG.
Yeah.
Especially any D20 tabletop RPG. Yes, I am a nerd. How could you tell?
Yeah, it's always good. Right, so Team Locker, and let's go to question release. Food Oceans, Palea versus Hosh. Fleet's gone. So we'll save that for when Fleet comes back. Or does some Runon, do you want to send that message to Fleet and see if it wakes him up? What if Spain lost the Philippines to the UK during Napoleonic Wars? Then the British will quite happily still have the Philippines as their extra defensive debt for Australia, but yeah, that's gonna cause an interesting discussion because that would mean the Philippines would be British territory in World War II, probably still.
Okay, based purely on the first image result that I can find of that vessel, Paleo, just on looks, I want to orc will the Paleo into victory. Paleo, please, for all that is holy.
Let's see what he says, but I should warn you, Paleo has some very interesting stats.
That's fine. I don't care. I want it to look. I want to, like I said, I want to orc will this thing into the victories, into victory.
Okay, there are some. Are you sure you're looking at which picture of Paleo are you looking at of it?
From about the 2 o'clock position in 1889.
Okay, so you're not looking at the 1896 map.
No, I'm looking at the 1889.
Yeah, it's a good picture. But yeah, do you want to poke Fu and see if he's
yeah, I've already forwarded. I've forwarded it to him.
Okay, let's see what he does. What if Spain? That one we answered. Basically, that ends up till World War II. It's Philippines are part of the British Empire. Are probably on their path to decolonization. Honestly, it could be interesting because the British have territories in that region. It might, in the Philippines, it might cause fun with some of the other British territories in that area. And if the British have taken them that early, they might have taken off other areas off other people as well. Because if you're taking the Philippines or Spain, you might take the Dutch East Indies as the Dutch. You might. Just because you can. What if Japan decided, with the Nagato class, to stick with fast battleships, so no battle cruisers, completing 2 more Nagato class before the Washington Treaty negotiations start? Then that's probably going to change what's kept into the Washington Naval Treaty. Basically, the more ships that you have, Nagato class, as they were built, were 26.5 knot ships. So basically, to make them fast battleships, they need to be 28 knot ships. Because I keep explaining this, fast battleships have to do, the battle cruisers and fast battleships have to maintain contact with the cruiser line. So they have to be able to do 28 knots. And you have to remember, in 1913, that was 25 knots moving up. It had been 23 knots earlier. Usually, the reason it's 28 knots is because it's based on the line of speed of progress of your battleships is your cruiser line speed of progress. So your reconnaissance line, how fast they have to maneuver to be able to keep enough distance in front to provide you with the necessary warning for you to deploy in battle order at your choosing to engage the enemy. So there's actual science and maths which goes into all this and into working it out. So 28 knots. So they'd have to be a knot and a half faster. So I'm guessing for their 32,700 tons, probably they're going to require at least an extra couple of thousand tons to get that. So they're going to get very close to the 35,000 tons in standard form anyway. And if they've got 4 of them, well, the toasters were going to be 2 more of them, 2 improved versions of them anyway. They're just with an extra pair of guns, 1 extra turret, but otherwise it's going to be the exact same speed. So basically, they'd probably be toaster length without the extra gun turret. So if you have 4 of those, you have the 2 Izes, the 2 Fuzos, and you don't have the Kawachis. And you have the 4 Congos. You have a fairly decent mix of ships. But the thing is, at that point, then someone's going to try and tell the Japanese that they need to get rid of ships at the Washington Treaty. Because if the Washington Treaty, if they've got... As said, let's say they're roughly 35,000 tons. Washington Treaty tonnage, as they're presented as 33,800 tons on the treaty systems. So you get them in at, let's say they're 35,000 tons.
It's in the queue, IKB. So we'll get to it once it comes up.
Let me put it this way: you would have to up their tonnage allowance by a chunk because their official tonnage allowance was 315,000 tons. So if you have an extra, roughly, let's be honest, it makes a difference, 70,000 tons onto their limit. Their tonnage is 300,000. They're 370,000 tons. You either have to explain to them they have to give up 60,000 tons of ship, which is Yamashiro and Fuso, or they ain't signed, or you're going to have to change the tonnage figure so they can have the treaty, so the treaty limit reflects them and allows them in. And yeah, the only way you could do that is if the really stupid way you could do that is to give them an allocation of 12 ships, which we take their tonnage up to 420,000 tons. And that would allow them to actually build another ship on top of it all. And would mean the British and Americans had 20 ships. Goodness knows what Japan, America, France and Italy would be allowed 9 ships each, roughly, when it comes down to the maths. It would be it would be, if they've got them, it's going to complicate things greatly with the treaty system. Let's put it this way. But the thing is, one of the things you realise with the treaty system very quickly is that the treaties only work as long as you don't push beyond anyone's red lines. You can push them past the point at which they're happy, but you can't push them past the point at which they're red lines. You know, there's a reason why the Americans very quickly do not try and do anything about Hood. Very quickly do not try and do anything about certain other advantages the British have, because, frankly, they know the British will walk away from the table and go. And there's also the reason why they don't put any limitation on cruiser construction is, again, is at that point the British won't accept any limitation on cruiser construction. So it's just a individual unit limit, no quantitative limit. That's what they go with.
Blackburn. Question, disregarding the near impossibility of it, how would the British react and do if... How would the British react versus how do they do react in reality if the Germans managed to Tsushima the RN at Jutland? I mauled that question.
I think it's how would the British react and what would they do? If the Germans managed to Tsushima the Royal Navy at Jutland, they would be shock and horror, and they'd be building a far larger navy. And they'd be massive construction.
Good luck getting the treaties through.
Well, no, good. The whole World War One could change, because if the Germans Tsushima the British at Jutland, then they can gain control of the North Sea and all sorts of things. Now, the thing is, could they force the Channel? Possibly, but also think of any scenario where they Tsushima the British. What kind of damage are they going to take? But yeah, it's an interesting scenario for that to be the fleet to be Tsushima. It needs to be in a pretty bad condition in the first place. So for that to happen is a pretty scary scenario. Not something you shouldn't think about. You should always think about it. As I said before, I watched an retired Australian admiral who was a history professor by that point, causing tremendous trouble when he was given the right battlecruiser mix of the German fleet, high seas fleet, to cause trouble in a Jutland scenario.
Chandlord Chandel, question 6. Have you talked with Drac about my question regarding tungsten-hulled ships from, if I recall correctly, either the Kiev Invincible CV heavy cruiser video or the supercarriers and specialist video?
Yes, is the answer. We are still trying to figure this one out. It's weird. Question, zeros over the med.
I feel like that would... I'm sorry, but I feel like that would be a very, very heavy way, a very, very quick way to make a ship with tremendous displacement problems.
It can do, but there are some advantages, and so we're working this one out. Yeah. I need to spend some more time talking to my friend. Question, the zeros on the med. US and Japan are sent back to 1915. How would the Royal Navy react if, say, joining the home fleet were 2 Yamatos in 4 hours with escorts? Celebrate good times, woohoo! That's pretty much
yes.
That's pretty much the Royal Navy's reaction. 2 Yamatos in 4 hours. Good luck, high seas fleet. You're going to get squashed. But also in that scenario,
yeah, radar
and radar guided gunnery, all these things. But most importantly, the British are going to go, look at how big these ships are. We need to build bigger.
So what you're saying is that Hood becomes a good start for a heavy cruiser under the new paradigm.
What I'm saying is the Washington Naval Treaty is going to be an absolute nightmare for Washington. If any treaty comes about with a world where Yamatos exist and ours. And whatever the British built in response to the two of them. The British will apply. Okay, so yeah, they're building that size. You know, we paused all the infrastructure developments and all the other things. Unpause it now. What, sir? Unpause now. And the next generation of British battleships come out have like I don't know, 12, 18-inch foot guns on them. Enough firepower to make everyone else cry.
Yep, you'll definitely be able to fill up your coolers with everybody else's tears.
Well, especially as the US
question
and
5 from
IGN,
Naval.
who will have, US and IGN would have them, would suddenly have to find the infrastructure to support them. So imagine the fun that causes.
Are you going to stream Sea Power if you acquire it when the game is released middle of next month?
Yes. If I manage to acquire it. As said, I've got to buy kalaxes, and I've got to buy £300 worth of tools, and all sorts of other things I'm going to fix jobs here. Oh, and I've now got 2 toilets which were fitted Friday, which are leaking. I don't know who suggested that this home ownership thing was a good idea for anyone, but I don't know if I agree with it. I'm getting there, but it's the fun thing of moving from a house your family, basically the house we were in, well, our family was in, and mainly operating from. We'd been in for many, many decades. And so everything was sorted to an extent. Everything was working, it was fine. And you forget how nice it is. And then you move into another house and you go, the people who we bought the house from were lovely. They are lovely people. I do not want to say anything bad about them. However, I am getting the strong suspicion that maintenance was something which was happened to other people. And some of the things we've had to change, in this case we've had to change the toilets. Now, changing toilets, why do you have to do that? Well, because the toilets they had were very low toilets, which might be fine for them, but for people who actually have long legs, or people who have arthritis, toilets that low are a problem. So we've got new toilets fitted. And now they're leaking. And it's an ongoing list of fun things, which we all get when you move house, but it's just... And it's a never-ending supply of kalaxes I need, and I need to... wardrobes I need to fix, and billy back bookshelves I need to. Well, the wall plugs haven't come out. The screws have come out from the bookshelves, from the billy back bookshelves themselves. So I've got to double up on those, and there's all sorts of things I need to keep doing. It's brilliant fun, but yeah, 300 quid is going on tools, and about another 400 quid on kalaxes, and it's all it's when you realise you're spending this amount of money and then you're going, yeah, I'm spending all that money. Then what else are you spending money on that month? Oh no, I'm not spending money on anything else that month because that's all my money gone. It'll be fine once it's done. I'll be eating your dog food soon. You won't let me. That's cruel. Okay. The poodle won't let me share his food. It's just cruel. But no, see, the thing about I'm gonna be the Sea Power looks like it's gonna be a very interesting game, and I'm looking forward to it. And there are all sorts of things which might be going on. Who knows with that one? That's one I have to keep quiet for a bit on because I'm doing a bit of stuff. So, around the time of the fall of Constantinople, October the 12th, 1940-92, what would you say were the more important naval powers in the Mediterranean?
From Chandelord Chandel.
Venice.
Question 7.
Venice is definitely a bigger naval power in the region in the time. So Spain, Barbary states, Ottomans, Knights of St. John in Malta, the Hospitallers, and yeah, a few others. There are a few who are quite good, quite important. Thank you, Colin Cameron, for the Kalax fund. There are some important ones. But you know, there's one of the things you realise when you look through history. It's far more normal for it to be a multipolar world than it is for it to be a unipolar world. It's more often than not there are a lot more. How do I put this? Powers than just one. Is that how long we're running behind? 2 hours behind.
No, that's just me timestamping that particular question.
Okay.
Because I can.
All right.
And because my math didn't work, which is why there's that NaN at the end of every entry into the log today.
Don't worry, it's working. Channel Channel. Around the late 50s, America loaned the USS Cabot to Spain, unnamed Diedler, with other offerings being an Essex class or CV. What happens if Spain? What happens if Spain asking for an Essex? Honestly, they might get into aviation earlier. They might get into things like Skyhawks and those things. But it's going to be a case of if Spain gets into aviation earlier, they're still going to be part of NATO. They're not going to start launching, because we've got to carry a separate foreign policy and re-establishing the Spanish Empire. They're not going to go and invade South America and go, the conquistadors have returned! They just get a carrier. They might grow their force a bit more around it. They might be a bit more carrier-centric, but honestly, probably they're just part of the group, part of the powers. I don't see them sending a carrier down to side with the Argentinians in the Falklands War, because no, none of the European powers are that stupid, because they know which side America's going to fall on. So yeah, it's just going to be there.
And also, too, why would you want to piss off your probably second biggest guarantor of your international security?
Oh.
And your first biggest. At least annoy your first biggest.
Yeah. Daniel and Cole, might I recommend that you not start listing off all the things that are working, as they soon not be working? No, this is why I'm listing off the stuff which isn't working. I'll concentrate on that. And thank you, Staffan. That's very kind of you. Not that sorry, but very kind of you. Yeah. I'm also going to have a long conversation with BT tomorrow, because the BT television's not working, and the BT internet's not working, and the BT... I'd hate the BT phone line. If I could do it, I would prefer, and I'm signing up to, of course, do about roughly a 36 hours Bruships, because roughly that's what the Historiathon's going to work out as. Mostly it's going to be a version of Bruships in some regards. And yeah, I'm going to be doing that. I would rather do that quite happily for 72 hours straight than do the 4 hours it sometimes is on a phone listening to the blooming BT on hold music. If Arshinko and the last 3 R-class were 26.5 knot ships, 4 times twin 18-inch fast battleships, and could be finished for Jutland, how would they affect things, and would Fisher try to scrap them? Fisher would... Let's put it this way: if those 4 had all been built and were all 26.5 knot ships, he's probably not going to try and scrap them. He might try it, who knows? But if he doesn't scrap them and you get them built and you get them in Jutland, let's be honest, if you've got 4 ships with 8 18-inch guns and see the 26.5 knots, yeah, that's going to crush some German souls. And because couple that with the Queen Elizabeth's class, and you've got those ships, they're going to catch some of their battle cruisers, if I remember correctly. Now look at the Flinger class.
So what I'm hearing is that Jellicoe is very, very happy if these ships can make it to Jutland.
Yeah, the Flingers could only do 26.5 knots, so that would mean the British fast battleships could match the German battle cruisers. At which point the German battle cruisers would be going, but we have 8 12-inch guns. And those 4 ships are going, we have 8 18-inch guns. How big would you like your hulls? Oh, by the way, we also have decent armour. Whereas you have a belt of 11 inches, we have a belt of 13.5 inches. Yeah. That's a scenario where the Germans lose ships, a lot of them. Potentially, because those ships were probably 5th Battle Squadron is still going to be ready beforehand. So if 5th Battle Squadron is probably still the one sent to the carrier to the battle cruiser force. But this squadron would probably be with the eyes at the front of the Grand Fleet. So instead of 3rd Battlecruiser Squadron being in that position, it could well be these. So you know how 3rd Battlecruiser Squadron gets absolutely smacked around, historically, because of where they are in the fight and where they position themselves. Imagine it's these 4 ships in that position. they won't be nearly as damaged. And they're probably going to do the smacking. Because they have a lot of armor. It'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see. How much bigger the Atlanta Dido class need to be to make the make what they're trying to do work?
Yeah.
Try putting on a town class or Baltimore class hull. Do I read books by Dr. Oscar Parks? Let me check my list of books. Yeah, I have his book. I have his books, and because he has done some really cool illustrations. Yes, I do have his books. His drawing of Ben is really, really cool, by the way, if you ever want to look up one. But no, yeah. Medical doctor, naval artist, editor, likes to write and draw books.
You already submitted. We got this one night. I know we did because I remember answering it.
Just to give people an illustration of Parks. We've done that one. Bum 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 bum. So reply. I'm gonna stick this in so people get an idea of what we're talking about when I talk about his illustrations.
That's annoying. Okay, I'll have to figure out why it's.
That's as you can see, it's a really cool picture. So, after Romans take over the Hosh, what could they do with her? Well, that would be an entire different.
They either
saga.
turn it into a. They either turn it into a temple, a palace, or a prison ship, depending upon how they process the visual spectacle that is the Hosh.
I think honestly, it's going to become something like out of the Mechanicum from Warhammer 40k. I think it's going to.
Yes, I did forward that fleet.
Mm-hmm. Is there a good book on later class and their origins? Later class. Yeah, Italian cruisers. I'm presuming you mean the cruisers, not the frigates.
Well, Steve, they don't have to do anything.
If you mean the British frigates that trim commonly, carry on.
It already is.
If you're talking about the later class, as in the frigates and the Royal Navy, you're talking Riff Winfield's book or Robert Gardner's book. Robert Gardner's book is Frigates and Napoleonic Wars, which is pretty good with Chatham. And Riff Winfield's is British Warships in the Age of Sail, 1793 to 1817, Destroying Corruption, Careers and Fates by Seaforth. That was published 2007. I have both those books somewhere in here, I think. I think they might, one of them at least might still be in a box, but I think one of them's out somewhere. Go find. You're no help, are you, at all in this scenario yet? Yeah, you'll find it at some point. You'll help me some point. Yeah, I think I have the I have the Riff Winfield one somewhere looking at me. Somewhere looking at me. Can't find it though. Sorry. Da-da-da-da.
Now I kick you on to John Sal's question.
Yeah.
Question: What if the French, instead of building the Bretagnes and Corbettes, had built battle cruisers, with the first generation being equivalent to Invincible and the second more like Lion? I would like to point out that one of the members of the moderation team has suggested that the Roman Empire would use a captured host as a giant cat tree. And I find that slightly funny,
Okay. That would work.
but also slightly ridiculous.
What was the question? Oh, we got one John Sal's question, aren't we?
Yep.
Just checking. So, if the French, instead of building the Bretagnes and the Corvettes, had built battle cruisers with their first generation, equivalent to the Invincible, and the second more like Lion, what happens? Well, they have some excellent battle cruisers on economic warfare battle cruisers, and they don't really have any battleships, which is a problem for them in the Mediterranean, because the Mediterranean they can't really run away from as well. But it's great for their overseas territories, terrible for the Mediterranean.
Knight 6831, question 217. If the two Erebus and later two Abercrombie class had one triple 15-inch gun, wouldn't that additional gun make the monitors even more dangerous to enemy forces? Not necessarily, because a monitor is not... If you're talking enemy land forces, yeah, probably. If you're talking enemy naval forces, probably not, because it's still just a monitor. It has light armor. It is not very nimble. It's not optimized for ship-to-ship combat. It's optimized for ship-to-shore combat. And being a very slow, very large, very inviting target for anything that can shoot at it.
If the Erebus and later... Well... It would allow them to do some more sort of free gun salvo firing for ranging, but honestly, as they're aiming for short targets, as you point out, it's an extra gun. But you will have to make them substantially. You have to make them wider and slightly longer to deal with the impact of having that third gun, and the shells to carry it, etc. You'd also have to manufacture a triple turret when you've already got the twin turrets in stock. And that's the thing, they're using the stuff off the shelf. So if you had triple turrets in production, you'd probably use a triple turret because it would be what you had available. But if you had twin turrets in stock, you use a twin turret. If you had a single turret in stock, you'd use a single turret, a single gun. Well, monitors are built with what you have available. They're not... I do love... Again... Sorry, that's the joy of doing this channel, and I'm going to apologise to everyone, but I do find this strange, isn't that every single video I do much the same thing. Is usually there's slides and there's me talking, and I do keep tending playing around the idea of maybe doing a larger slide and positioning my face on it, but then I can't point to things. I can't do that, so because if I'm on a slide, I find it weird to sort of point around and go down there or down there or down there. It's far easier for me to stretch the arm out and do this. The amount of times I get comments from people, and I just feel like sort of responding to it with just going, just see Drakenfell. Because they go, have you considered doing the slides without your face? Then we could see the slides better. Fine, go see other accounts which do it that way. I don't. Yeah. Have I considered it? Wow, you think after... how many thousand subscribers and how many hours of videos you're the first person to suggest this, and it's the first time I'd afford it? Really? I'm not being trying to be rude here, but I'm looking at you going, really? You think after all the videos, all the time doing, you're the first person to suggest it? Waste of your time and my time, me having to respond to be polite. Okay. If the British adopted the 12-15 on the World War I ships, wouldn't that mean Vanguard would get 12-15 guns instead of 8? Yes. Because if they've adopted the triple turret, they're going to keep to the triple turrets, and they're reusing the triple turrets. Your way and Alex's way. That's the way we're allowed
Paul
to be
Amos.
different. In fact, it's good to be different.
And I know where this question comes from, and I'm not going to touch it. Question from Paul Amos. At what angle is a VLS tube no longer a VLS tube?
VLS tubes are vertical launch systems. Any launch system which is not a vertical system is a box system.
But how big is vertical?
90 degrees.
Is 70 degrees considered vertical?
No.
So anything that's not 90 degrees perpendicular to the keel, or at least the plane that the keel sits on,
It's defined as a box
is
launcher.
no longer VLS.
Yeah.
We have answered the age-old question of how much tilt can you put into a VLS tube.
It's defined as a box launcher by naval architects at that point. Because of how you have to support it and sustain it in the hull. A VLS can be sustained because of the way it can be balanced in the hull. The moment you have the missiles off anything off that point, you have to start factoring other things to deal with the movement and momentum created by their launch. That's why you have a box launchers designed the way they are.
Yes, I am aware of the definition of certain things. I just chose to go with what I chose to go with because I thought it was funnier that way.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Queue up the next one. John South. Question: how much more of a threat to the RN post-fall of France would the French have been if the old battleships were built out as battle cruisers?
Economic warfare-wise, that'd have been absolutely terrifying. Because then they can do surface raiding and they'd have the speed to be able to move out to it and engage. Dave Harrison, no, because the ship's moving, not the hull, not the piece of the hull. Unless there's something dramatically gone wrong with the hull, in the nicest way, it's still 90 degrees perpendicular to the hull. It's to the keel. It's not something. The hull, the VLS is not going that way, and the hull's going that way, because unless the ship's broken in half. So yeah, it's still that. It's to do with relationship with the keel and the way you support the weight and deal with the exhaust gases. That's why a VLS is a VLS. The moment it's off that line, it's a box launcher.
We've answered IKBs.
Yeah.
I had to triple check because I used it as a book. I used it as a bookmark to see if the super chat system is functioning as I intended it to, which it unfortunately is not. Oy vey.
Nathaniel, what is the
Nathaniel
biggest...
Mead.
That's the Canadians. In the first 50 years of the 20th century, that's the Royal Canadian Navy. They are the largest in terms of tonnage of the minor navies.
What do? They make it up across multiple hulls? Because I don't think did the Canadians ever get a battleship?
No. They never had anything bigger than a light cruiser or an escort carrier in World War II. And then they
just had a lot of them.
Yeah. A huge number. Flower-class corvettes, Hunt-class escort destroyers, tribal classes, other destroyers, sloops, trawlers. They had it all. They were the ASW Navy that basically fought, that without which you couldn't have run a large chunk of the Battle Atlantic.
EA Brock. Question. If for some reason the Dreadnought-type battleships don't come out in the early 1900s, would there have been a turbine-powered Royal Sovereign-style battleship? What might those have been like?
Basically, they'd have been Lord Nelson-styled ships, which would with turbine power. But basically, the reason you're moving towards dreadnoughts is because of the developments of ranging technology and because of the development of gun technology. And hull, and also technology in terms of how you can build out hulls and expand hulls. There's a lot of technology is coming to confluence, is building along at this point, and it's unsurprising when you start looking at the dreadnought comes about when she does. You know, that's part of life. Development of the submarine is interesting. Which of those elements in early submarines do you consider the most important? Mine would be the diesel engine. Mine would be the batteries and making batteries which don't actually kill the crew. Because the amount of crews which died because of battery fumes, it's disturbing.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with that because a sub can work with almost any internal combustion system.
Mm-hmm.
The K class, it wasn't the best, but it did very technically function. But it's the storage, it's the battery storage. That's the.
Oh, now I've realised why Bug Guy 869 has done that question twice. The first time he did the exclamation mark after questions, and so it didn't go into the system. I didn't notice they did it a second time. Oh.
Okay.
Colin Cameron, now you have moved on the other location. Will you be doing a video or set of videos on the wreckers and smugglers of Cornwall on the south coast, famous for? Potentially. Once I can actually leave the house for long enough. I left for 2 days this week to go up to London to go to the award ceremony, etc. And look at what I come back to. I come back with a lovely certificate. It is a really nice certificate, and you know, it came and presented this, and here you go. Here's the certificate. Camera down here. Thank you. Thank you. Now, here's the certificate. It's a really nice one. And there was a sort of theme going on. The people that they were sort of in things. People who went into schools and did stuff in schools seemed to be doing slightly better than others. But that was just something I noticed of sort of while looking around. Now, what I would say is that the amount of times people did bring up the concept of ship shape as a group should put themselves forward, and I think next year I'm going to hope it is ship shape as a group is put forward, because I think that would possibly win it. But I think the trouble is we lost to River Action, who are doing a tremendous amount of charity work, and I think that's the thing. And individually, we'd be better as a group than individually to win the thing, if that makes sense. But it was a lot of fun going there. A lot of interesting people to chat to, and yeah, it was interesting. Learned a lot. Paid a lot of attention to a few things. Stafford Thompson, why weren't the Alaskas used as base for the nuclear cruiser program as the hulls starting by given as the Iowa scale? Principally because they hadn't been building any of them for a long time. So what they're using is actually the fully worked up light cruiser hull and cruiser hull, which the USN have been working towards. So and building from. So that's what they're working from. That's why I sometimes get into trouble when I talk about the last cruiser in the US Navy. That sort of Long Beach is the basis of it, because she is the last cruiser built on a true cruiser hull, and that's the basis of what they were looking for. So yeah, it's more likely it's Long Beach, which would be it's the basis they're looking at rather than the Alaskas.
And I would also point out that the Alaskas are primarily a gun-armed ship, whereas the nuclear cruisers are generally their primary strike force is missiles. So the requirements on the hull framing is going to be different, and radically so, if for no other reason than you do not have this large 8-inch proof barbette that you have to use to support your turrets.
Yeah.
Or I should say 8-inch resistant barbette. IKB 4472. Question: what do you know about the proposed ship canal across the Isthmus of Ofqui in southern Chile, and where can I find out more about it?
Oh, it's one of those ideas which comes up fairly regularly, but no one's got any money for it. Basically, the idea comes up fairly regularly that if you build a ship canal, it's started. I think it was first brought up in about the 1890s at some point, and 1937 they talked about. The idea is that it makes things easier for people to get between certain places and all these things. But honestly, there's no money in it. I think they did start work actually at one point. But if you're looking for it, there aren't many books in English language about it. They're mostly the ones which are written about are, I think, are in Spanish. Hang on, Martin Coombs? No, that's a blog, not an actual. Not a book. Yeah, there's mostly in Spanish. The end of the Napoleonic Wars is seen as the end of the Second Hundred Years' War. What was the beginning? Well, how do I put this politely? Welcome to a historical debate. So, the Second Hundred Years' War starts potentially in 1689 or potentially in 1714. Okay. What you're probably going? What do you mean? Hang on. Why? How can it start in two places? Because you can argue that it either starts with the wars that start with William III taking power in the Glorious Revolution, and the things that start about then, or you can start it off with the 9 Years' War and the War of Spanish Succession. So basically, that's just the point. Basically, you can start off realistically with the 9 Years' War, which is the 1689 one. I think that's the 9 Years' War. That's the 7 Years' War. No, that's the 9 Years' War. And we also have the 30 Years' War wandering around as well at this point. So in this way, it's a nice mess. So basically, it's pick your wars. I think it's the 9 Years' War versus the War of Spanish Succession, and there's also the War of the Austrian Succession, which starts in 1740, etc. But there's all sorts of little conflicts going on. It can include as greatest extent to include the 9 Years' War, which also includes the Williamite War and the King William's War, the War of Spanish Succession, which also includes Queen Anne's War, the War of the Austrian Succession, the King George's War, the First Carnatic War, the Jacobite Rising of 1745 as well. And I'm reading off a list here, which I have myself, which I'm not sure where I got it from, but I do have it in here as the full options on my notes. The Second Carnatic War, the 7 Years' War, the French and Indian War, the Third Carnatic War, the Anglo-French War of 1778 to 1783, which includes the American Revolutionary War, of course, 1775 to 1783. And then the French Revolutionary Wars of 1792 to 1802, which includes the War of the First Coalition, the Haitian Revolution, the War of the Second Coalition, and the Irish Rebellion, which then turns, of course, into the Napoleonic Wars, which includes the War of the Third Coalition, the War of the Fourth Coalition, the Peninsular War, the War of the Fifth Coalition, the War of the Sixth Coalition, and the 100 Days' War. It's just fun. The Carnatic Wars are the ones which are often the most forgotten of them, but they are the ones which take place in India.
All right, I'm going to ask a question here, and forgive me if this opens a can of worms, but why did anybody ever want to build this canal?
What are you talking about? The Chilean one?
Yeah, it would go nowheres.
Yeah.
Like, congrats, you just opened up a back door into, I guess, what could be described as the fjords of Chile, southern Chile,
The
or
idea
well,
is it
south
expands
central
it
Chile.
expands their trade routes and expands the amount of the goods which can get in and out of the internal ports and the amount of goods they can bring directly out of their mines. So basically, instead of building a railway to a port, you build a canal to the mine.
Okay, I think I can see that. I think. Very well. Bone Meal Boy, what, other than scale, are the differences between a submarine, cruiser destroyer, and carrier nuclear reactor? Well, for one, on the submarine, it has to be as radiation tight as you can possibly make it and as reliable as you can possibly make it, because when you're 500 feet or more below the surface, you really can't afford for anything to go wrong.
There is a reason why they are completely different classifications when you're between submarine and surface ones. Between surface reactors, surface ships, it's usually basically the number they carry. So an aircraft carrier would have 2 reactors, or 4 reactors, or 8 reactors in the case of Nimitz, and a cruiser destroyer would usually only have 1, maybe 2. A submarine usually only has 1 these days. I did do a video about a submarine which had 2, and yeah, it's kind of rare. But yeah, so they have these as options. But there are differences between them, and differences especially in how they're cooling and layout, and their structural and their things. Because again, if you think about it, if things go, think of the problems you have on a submarine versus a warship, surface ship, but also think of the advantages you have on a submarine. If you want to dump in water into get water emergency into a reactor which is having trouble to emergency put, there is a different procedure for doing it on a submarine than on a surface ship. A very different procedure if you think about it, because you're bringing in weight to a submarine which can make it crash dive even if it's already at depth. So you need to also at the same point be offloading ballast as you're letting the water in. And there's fun things on the ships as well. It's the cooling is the major thing, but I'm not going to get too much into some of the details. That's something I would save for a recorded lecture where I could go through and check exactly what I said.
I didn't know I needed this before this live, but I now need a characterized version of USS Enterprise on the back of a T-shirt with USS Tuna Prize on like the bottom of the frame of the picture.
Why?
Thank you, Send Penguins, because it's the I like making people go, huh? As they try and process whatever it is they have just been shown, because they aren't quite sure what to make of it. And calling Enterprise Tuna Prize, I feel, would succeed in that goal admirably.
Yeah.
So thank you, Send Penguins. I needed that in my brain today. And given that we are over the 2.5 hour mark, I'm going to close the queue, which hopefully won't delete anything to save us. Yeah, let's find out.
Let's see. Did you see that the UK has reached an agreement with Ukraine government to have Sheffield Forge Masters produce barrels for their howitzers of various calibers? Yes, this will be useful. That shut down my queue release button.
Oh, for Pete's sake. Okay. And no, it still hasn't done that. Okay. I don't know why the behavior's changed. That's very frustrating. All right, SneakerNet it is. All right, our last question was from Paul Beswick. There's IKB's question. Seneca Nero. On the one hand, the nice thing is that the replies make it very easy to find things.
Mhm.
All right, from Stafford Thompson. Will we ever see the 8-inch autocannon return, and how long after would they begin looking at larger caliber guns afterwards?
I think that's going to
I
depend.
personally don't think they would go over 8-inch.
I would say they only go over 8-inch if they start putting them on the spaceships. And you're wanting something to crack planets. That's sort of planet cracking level artillery.
Colin Cameron, question: is there a book that gives dates for when the R-end adopted certain nomenclature, e.g., when they stopped from using the name Aztec to sonar?
Not really. And basically, most of that phraseology you can look at them adopting it when you get NATO formed and people start having to NATO standbys. So the Americans have to pick up some British phraseology, the Brits have to pick up some American phraseology, and everyone has to pick ours up. What if after surrender of Germany, a Type 21 on patrol decides to and successfully makes it to the Potomac and is seen the next morning waving a white flag? Reactions from the US or the UK?
Wouldn't.
UK and US?
In the nicest way, the UK is going to be laughing and the US is going to be gobsmacked and probably firing a large number of its Sea-Watch people, because
yeah,
you have to go into the largest ocean accessible body of water in the United States. You have to go that realistically only has one entrance and exit. Yes, you can get up through the Delaware, but if they went through that way, then yeah, a lot of heads are going to roll. 2, you have to go by what even at that time is one of the largest naval bases in the Western Hemisphere. Then you have to crawl up the Chesapeake, which is still going to be full of fishermen, many of whom are actually armed and patrolling the waters against exactly this type of incursion. And I grew up in that area. Those people are still crazy. And then you have to get up the Potomac. At some point, you will have to. How far up did you say?
Well,
you say up the
Potomac,
Potomac,
which is visible enough to be waving a white flag. So, yeah.
Yeah, so you're at least getting up to Northumberland or Westmoreland County, Virginia. Heads will roll if that happens. And to be honest, that hull might actually be full of a lot of small arms fire, because even today, there's a rifle that can be put behind every single blade of grass, or at least every pine tree. Yeah, heads are going to roll. People are going to freak out, even if it is the day after the armistice the armistice is declared.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. Question, also from RG. If a question of the Iowas and the Yamatos joining his home fleet in 1915 involved the Zeros and Med, yes, in Japan, 1-for-1 replaced the 1915 versions. Does that change it? Not realistically. In the nicest way, if they show up, that's great. There's advantages, but it's also, what's it going to change? It's going to change a massive amount of history from then on. And also, those are ships which can, with their, let's be honest, if you've got the Iowa's radar at Jutland, then good luck good luck for the Germans in getting away. The Iowas would probably be able to take out the Iowas and the Yamatos. The Iowas alone probably Iowas would probably alone be able to take out the High Seas Fleet because of the range they can fire their guns at and because of the accuracy they can achieve with their radar-controlled fire control. Goblin, with the benefit of hindsight, what do you think is the ideal treaty displacement for each ship to balance its future-proofing and tech developments with achieving actual arms control? I think you can do a lot on 27,000 tons for a carrier. I think you get a standard displacement. You could have done that quite easily. I just don't think 5 of them is enough. And I think that treaty allowance is never going to be enough. With battleships, I would say... capital ships, I'd say 40,000 tons would have been sensible. And I'd say with cruisers, it's 15,000 tons and below. That's what I would have probably gone with, but you know, I wasn't in charge. Shanlord, the Spanish.
Oh, I think I know what I broke. Okay.
The Spanish Legion was founded with an intent to offer the slum occupiers a way of social redemption. Are there any similar naval traditions around the world? The Royal Navy and quite a few navies had a tradition of various boys' schools, which then would send orphan boys to the naval service and equip them for it and send them for it. So yeah, there's been a long tradition of sending people off to the armed forces to give them a chance of redemption or to promote their improve their lives.
See petty criminals being offered the chance to go to Vietnam in the United States.
Yeah. Ben Grogan, have there been any semi-visible ideas for any navy returning to twin 5-inch mount at any point? Seems like it would be interesting is that the twin mounts, the argument comes down to volume of fire versus accuracy of fire. Because with a single gun mount, you can achieve a greater level of accuracy. Because you don't have the disturbance of the other one firing. And when I say greater level of accuracy, I mean that you know, there are ideas that it will turn the turret a fraction of a millimeter, and that will then you know, sort of at its ranges we're talking about, it can have an effect on target. But the thing is, if you have them firing simultaneously, it should be okay, and all these things, the rapid fire. So it's a case of there have been ideas, and there were displays. There were displays at every single conference I've been to for the last few years that started about 5-6 years ago, and have started appearing of twin gun mounts. So I think it could come back. It hasn't yet. Ethan Young, if CVO-1 had been built, what aircraft would have succeeded Phantoms and Buccaneers in its air group? Probably Super Hornets. Honestly, there could have been an Anglo-French design, but it could well be just Super Hornets. Because then you can get yeah, it's probably Super Hornets in both there and Super Growlers. Megathreat, I think questions are closed because frankly we've got enough on the storage, but if we do get down there and we're still going, we'll come back for it.
Yep.
What if the week before, from RG, what if the week before the London Treaty 1936, Germany is replaced by 1936 Kaiserreich Germany 1-for-1? Kaiserreich Germany 1-for-1? Okay, you're gonna have to give me some. Are you talking about bringing from the Germany from World War I, or are you talking about some kind of alternate history Kaiser Reich? In which case, I would need more information. Was watching Formula 1. Don't worry, Megastro. It happens. Seneca Nero. Question. A Spanish or French first-rate ship line during the wars gets captured by a single British brig. What would be the carrier path of that brig's career path? I'm presuming, not carrier path. So it's that brig's captain. You spent far too much time writing about naval aviation. You're now spelling it carrier rather than carrier. If a brig captain has managed to capture a first rate, he's going to become very rich because that ship's going to be bought by the Royal Navy. B, that man is going to get promotion. Yeah. He's going to find himself a very nice ship. And he's going to be rich enough that he's going to be a country lord. He could buy himself a lordship and a seat in Parliament with that one. He don't need to. He can choose what he wants to do from that point on. He's going to have that much money. We're probably talking. Well, HMS Victory. HMS Victory probably cost the equivalent of roughly £100 million in today's money to outfit and buy. If they're buying a first rate into the service, the Navy's going to give them a value of somewhere in the region of about probably the equivalent of £80 million. So the captain's going to walk away with the equivalent of at least £20 million of that. So as a crew. Now, admittedly, that in terms of things, you're probably talking about probably something from about £25,000 in that period. But that's going to make him a very rich man. When you consider people's pay, captain's pay in these days was £4 a year, I think. £25,000 is a lot of money. He's going to be a very wealthy man. He's basically going to be able to do whatever he wants to do. It's not going to be necessarily a career path. It's going to be a path to, I am now Lord.
Essentially, yeah, he could retire.
Yeah.
And quite literally live off the interest.
Steve Clarke, I think that's the next one. Hang on, no, Jacob. At what point will you need a library organization system to organize and find your books? I have one. It's just at the moment I concentrate on getting them out of the boxes, and I just need to organize and sort them properly. Plus, one of the things I do is I learn where they are, and then I know where they are permanently. It's the joy of my long-term memory is once something's in there, it's in there forever. So basically, these books will get a cubbyhole, and they will have that cubbyhole, and I will learn where it is, and then I'll move things around as I need to move them, so I remember where they are. But yeah, it's mostly this boxes are still. I'm now starting to remember books which which I have in my boxes, and I want to get out. Steve Clarke, question: using some form of outrigger other than a tumble-down hull because designed Napoleon ships, discuss the issues and benefits. Using some form of outrigger. Why would you want a tumble home hull in design Napoleonic era ships? Why you wouldn't do that, because that doesn't really work well with wood and with the other systems. So a tumble home hull is not something you can really do when you're building a hull out of wood. It's not going to work with the way the wood works through water, because wood floats on water, so it doesn't like to cut under the water. Whereas a tumble home hull improves its stability and gives itself some speed by cutting through the water, and that's one of the reasons why we have the new maximizing hull length to beam ratio as well, so the speed. So basically, you wouldn't do a tumble home shape with a wooden hull. You do it with a metal hull, and if you're doing it with an outrigger, you're just adding complications at that point. It's one of those things of that's complications, and I've answered the Harrison question. It does not unless you're breaking the hull, in which case you've got other problems. Hello. You decided to keep me company, or decided you want a hug, or biscuits. You're looking. You get up and you're looking straight to heaven. People think you're looking, but you're actually looking straight at the biscuits. What's the next question? Ethan Yang. What's the question? Would a navalized Tornado be a viable replacement for Phantom Buccaneer aboard CV-1 had it been built? Okay, Ethan, this is one of those questions that comes up quite often. The trouble with a navalized Tornado is you have to rebuild the entire airframe to get it to work on a carrier. Because landing on a carrier in barrier-assisted form, even then, is a controlled crash. So you have to rebuild the airframe to take it. You have to rebuild the airframe of all the facilities. Plus, you don't have to design it for catapult launch. So pretty much you're going to be building a new aircraft. So whilst, yes, you could theoretically build a navalized Tornado, basically what you're saying is, I want to build a new aircraft, which I'm going to call a Tornado, but it's just going to have about as much relationship to a Tornado as the Super... Well, no, not even as the Super Hornet does to the Hornet. About as much relationship to the... Oh, what was it? What was the dive bomber? The... Oh, good lord, I've got a poodle trying to get up in my lap to use me as a cushion. Hello, yes, you can get up. Oh, there we go. Lap time. There you go.
What else did you expect? Your sole purpose is to be the cushion for the poodle.
Yes, I know. Oh, it's the dive bomber I did the video about.
Dauntless?
Helldiver. Yeah, as the first Helldiver to the second Helldiver, which are basically completely different aircraft. And completely different structurally completely different aircraft. That, you know, the relationship is just going to be non-existent. And I hope you can all hear me when I've got a muffler known as a poodle sitting right in front of me between me and the microphone. Hello, gorgeous.
I'm still waiting for the day that the sweater makes its triumphant return.
The sweater is going to be making his return. He's been complaining about it for the last week. He knows which box it's in. He keeps going to it. Calm Ghostberg. Question. Were systems, especially cold launch ones, which were near vertical, so an ejected but faulty missile did not fall back to deck? Not really. We've done a lot of effort to try and make sure. We do have a lot of cold ejection systems. There are various systems that are sort of launched. C-Scepter is usually launched from a cold ejection system. And basically, they work. And if the missile falls back to the deck, you've got a lot of problems on you. But then a lot of things have gone wrong. A lot of things have gone wrong. Usually don't, momentum, etc. It's getting up and it's gone. We hope that's what happens anyway. Bug to know, what ASW weapon had the highest success rate in World War II? What ASW weapon had the highest success rate in World War II?
Hedgehog? Question mark?
Depth charges they tried the most. Hedgehog probably had the highest for rounds of shot success rate, but that's also got the advantage that by that time they've got a lot better systems and a lot more experience. So it's one of those things of probably it's going to be the Hedgehog, but our similar system, ASW mortars like that. But the depth charge certainly probably was used the most often and probably caused the most losses overall. What's your favourite non-Western, non-Mediterranean warship or vessel type? Post-1900 doesn't count. Nor do ships bought from Europe and America. Must be indigenous design or close enough. Okay, you use that as a non quite so much. It basically going, so basically ships from Africa, South America or the Far East. Northern ships bought from me. Some of the Japanese and Far Eastern designs, are pretty darn. I quite like the turtle ships, but there are a few good ships out there, especially in Japan. There are some interesting ones. I think you mixed Tumble Home up with some other home. No, that's in the question. Tumble Home. That Steve Clarke's question actually uses using some form of outrigger than a Tumble Home hull. So I don't think I mixed up the Tumble Home with some of them.
I'm going to make my offering of the only one that I know, which is going to be the turtle ships. Interesting. Very interesting. Dave Harrison. I've heard this about... Sorry.
So, alright. Tumble Home hull, yeah, so... I was talking about tumble home bows and its tumble home hull. Is that the question? So I think that's where I made a mistake. I was talking about the hull for the bow form, because that doesn't really work for the bows, and that was what I was figuring through. But I will. So the question was, let me just check the question because I thought I answered it correctly. Because it was about outriggers, wasn't it? Raleigh, down a second. Yeah, you want to use some form of outrigger on a tumble home. No, issues and benefits. So, Raleigh, just a second, so I can concentrate. Okay, now. So you want to, if you're trying to use it on the hull, pure hull, I think I focused in on the bow, and I'm apologies for that. So it was supposed to be on the hull. Basically, you're going to muck it up even worse. Okay, tumble home. The reason it's shaped the way down is because of the wood. You can't do the tumble home bow, which is what we normally associate with working with outriggers and those sort of systems, which is when the bow goes in as well. But you're talking about the hull, isn't that floating in? So apologies for that. But the problem you're going to have with all of that is once you've got a hull going in, you're then trying to build it out and give it outriggers. It's got stability because it goes in, sort of thing. You're now adding on these, which is going to add instability to it. So you're going to create yourself problems, basically.
Sorry, I'm looking at maps for a question that I have in the tube. Dave Harrison, question. I've heard this about the cruiser hulls before. What is the difference beyond scale? That's in relation to something, but I know not what.
But yeah, sorry about mixing up on the tumble home. Now I thought for some reason I thought I read bow rather than the hull, and I went into the whole thing of that. So, Dave Harrison, I've heard this about the cruiser hulls before. What is the difference between a beyond scale? It's the structure and how many subdivision is in. Okay, so if you think about it, when you're building an escort, what you're building in terms of engine plants, they go from side to side of the hull. They go to a full space, but they also go from side to side. The engine plants in a cruiser will rarely go from both. Will rarely go from side to side of the hull. From both, there's a whole sorts of differences in terms of hull subdivision and hull shaping between a cruiser hull and an escort hull. So this is why, again, Long Beach is the last cruiser the USN built. And so basically the difference between them is the scale. Where in a destroyer hull, the engine plant will often fill from side to side. And even on modern ships, when it doesn't so much, there's other things as well. But it's other thing. Okay. Well, good. Just checking on the poodle, because he's never happy when I push him off because I'm trying to sort things out. Okay. Yes. Alright. Channel. Aside the Arcanese conquest of the Balearic Islands and Vikings ransoming the kings of Navarre, any notable naval engagements during the Reconquista? Not really. It's most of the naval forces and naval operations are more sort of amphibious operations and movement of troops. They're not really battles. They don't really have that many of them. Looking at the Reconquista and list of battles I have, I don't really have any with the naval style by them. Yeah, they're mostly... I'm going through the list as best I can. Because I did once teach a long time ago. A long, long time ago. Yeah, they seem to be mostly land battles. USS Long Beach was 15,500 tons, Frank Bauer. That's nowhere near a battleship weight by that point. If we use the Iowas as the most recent ships the US had built at that time as their measure, they are 61,000 tons fully loaded in 1968. So she's about a quarter of their displacement. So I realized there were some very interesting statements made about her at a certain point, but no, she was 15,500 tons. She's a little over a quarter of the displacement of Iowa class. Question: do you see a new class of battlecruiser, and what would differentiate a modern cruiser from a modern battlecruiser? You'd have to actually have cruisers and cruisers to actually make a differentiation between a modern battlecruiser. Honestly, when the Soviets introduced the Kirovs, that was because they already had cruisers, and there were already lots of cruisers, so you could do it. There aren't that enough cruiser designs in construction really to differentiate between a cruiser and a battlecruiser these days. And honestly, the Chinese are claimed their largest things are large destroyers. How about a canal from the top of the Great Lakes to Lake Manitoba, and continue up the south end of Hudson's Bay to create another route into Northwest Passage, giving us decay rates? If you want to build it, you can, but I can't see the economic reasons at the moment.
Yeah, that's why I've been so quiet, because I've been looking at Google Earth trying to see what is there and how stuff is routed. You already have the St. Lawrence Seaway, which takes you from... Oh, it takes you all the way from the back end of... Which lake is that? Superior. And puts you back out in the Gulf of St. Lawrence. I guess that's why it's called the St. Lawrence Seaway.
Yeah.
If you go north out of Superior or Huron, there aren't any major rivers to exploit. It's all a bunch of finger lakes and creeks and, little runs here and there. So you're going to have to cut it. The terrain gets increasingly mountainous, if I'm reading this map right, or at least increasingly rugged by some means or another as you go north. There doesn't appear to be any major production up that way that you can pick up. You might be able to pick up some grain exports based on what I'm seeing here.
Mm-hmm.
So there's nothing along the way that helps it make sense. You in theory could take, what is this body of water? Wow, it's not even spitting out a name. You could try, you could try and take the Ottawa River, and that'll get you...
Really, send penguins? Really? Operation Plowshare design work? Really?
Are we okay at this point? Are we sure that Send Penguins is not just Etchington sock puppeting on here?
No, because I've seen them actually having conversation, and so I'm going to presume they say have a conversation. That sock pucking would just be disturbing, because that means you're literally having a conversation with yourself.
I mean,
I have conversations with my dog. He's gorgeous, but they are somewhat monosyllabic.
Hey, Hey, maybe Petchington is a DM in his spare time, because you have to have at least some capability to talk with yourself if you're DM
Yeah.
as two different people. I'm perfectly sane. Why do you ask? And the Stafford, yeah, there's a lot of mineral extraction, but is there enough mineral extraction near a substantial enough river or waterway that you could turn it into at least a barge capable canal? And the biggest waterway I'm seeing that's in that general geographic area is the Ottawa River. Now, maybe you can piggyback into Lake Nipigon? Nipigon?
Mhm.
Question mark? But then you're not getting much farther ahead than you do with the Ottawa River. Can I get this to show me topography? Photos, 3D
It's gonna
coverage,
be
grid
interesting.
lines. Yeah, if I had to guess, oh yeah, let's go ahead and do that. I need the. Okay, great. Can you give me Latin long lines now? There you go. I'm gonna guess that vaguely along the
Same figures? No, not really. Very
50,
sarcastic. Yeah, that's good.
50 to 52 degrees line, there is a significant rise or a peak in elevation.
Yeah, I'm
And yeah,
I'm of the perspective that while Stafford, I understand the arguments you're putting forward and your points putting forward. I think it's going to be the railways that are going to win that one. And there's nothing wrong with the railways winning that one, but I think it's probably the railways because they've got existing railway lines to build on, and it's far easier to upgrade those than it is to do more, if that makes sense.
yeah. And again, the big problem is if you're looking at the shortest distance. Let me get rid of this because that's going to drive me nuts now. Let's see. Okay, can you let me measure, or do I need to go to standard? No, let me just go over there because that's going to be easier. I'm going to look up the difference between the two, between the Hudson Bay and Superior.
Okay.
Just roughly. If you go from the most convenient distance, essentially, if you go from Wawa to, it's ironic that there is actually a physical place called Wawa.
Yeah.
To the bottom of Hudson Bay, near the Hannah Bay Bird Sanctuary. Straight line distance is 310 miles and change. I'll move that over to be a little more honest.
The more you have the fact
okay,
that
I saved two.
The biggest problem I could think of between Lake Superior and Hudson Bay is if you consider the advantage of going through the Great Lakes, etc. If you consider the lock system which they've had to build to deal with it, because the Hudson Bay is lovely, but Lake Superior is about 600 feet above sea level, I think it is. I'm not sure. It's no, it's actually, is it above sea level? I thought it was above. I thought there are locks to get into it and locks to get down from it. So I'm not sure how far.
What?
But
Into
Lake Superior?
Yeah,
there are locks.
the St. Lawrence. Yeah, the St. Lawrence Seaway goes to, essentially it connects Duluth to the Gulf of St. Lawrence.
Yeah, and there are locks.
Now, can you take this? Can you take the same vessel? There are locks at
Yeah, the
St.
same-
Mary, and there are. I think that looks to be the primary locks. There's probably more.
Yeah, because it's Niagara Falls
Yeah.
and all sorts of things. Yeah, this is not a good. This does not seem like a good scenario for me. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I'm just trying. I was trying to Google the difference. I quickly Googled the difference in height between Lake Superior and the sea level, and it came up with 600 feet. I'm going, that sounds a bit high. But it's not impossible because there's Niagara Falls and a few other things. And Niagara Falls, if I'm not mistaken, is is 167 feet itself, and that's just one of the falls on the that could be on sort of the way. So yeah, I'm just I just don't think necessarily that's a good scenario.
Yeah, I mean, can you do it? Yeah, you throw enough money and manpower and materials at it, and yes, you can absolutely do it. Is it worth it when all of the refining is south?
Yeah.
No. Yeah, it's. Is it worth it when all the refining is south and you do not have a major waterway like the Mississippi or the St. Lawrence River or the Hudson?
I think
to
as
tie
much as I would
into-
love to say a canal should win it, I think it's going to be the railways because, yeah, the railways will win that one.
Just a touch, Wham Kitty. Just Niagara Falls is a bit difficult to climb when you're in a 20,000 ton barge. Yeah. Sorry, DV Pierce. I am too generally American / Tidewater, Virginia for French. There's not enough Creole in my blood.
There's French coming through now. Wham Kitty, yeah, you're not steaming up Niagara Falls. Whatever you might have seen in cartoons, no. Just no. Although I will
I'm still
say
quite
there
impressed.
is
There's a actual town called Wawa.
on Lake, and the thing is, Niagara Falls is actually quite low. That's Lake Erie into Lake Ontario, I think it is. So that's how do I put this politely? That's quite low down the chain of the canal of the system going, because you've got Lake Erie, Lake Huron. Then you've got more locks to take yourself up to Lake Superior. So yeah, there is possibly quite a big difference. And looking at the canals and the Sioux locks, etc., and the various things between the two, yeah, I would not be surprised if there was quite a difference in height. I would.
And
I'm not sure I would want to try and do that.
Oh, that's because there's clouds there. I'm currently tracing a rail line to see where does it stop at.
Yeah, the railways will do it.
Right. Well, I've made it to Scully.
I'm glad.
Made it to Hoodoo Bay.
Mm-hmm.
Made it to Mosher. I say as I rattle off a bunch of place names that nobody who doesn't live in Canada or has interests in know about.
Okay.
Honestly, it just based on a brief look, it looks like there's rail about halfway up there already. So they'd probably just extend and expand those rail lines.
Seems sensible.
Sorry, you've triggered my hyperfocus.
That's good. I'll let you go on with planning of the
You've
construction.
neurodivergent sniping. No, please, God, no. Can
It-
you
it-
imagine
it-
the engineers I'd have to deal with?
Well, yeah, but you know,
I'd
and
be
just think of the
begging
fun.
for the engineers at work.
And that's the way. Just think of the fun because it's going to be frozen for a further year unless you find a system to heat the water.
Operation Plowshare.
That's where you use nuclear weapons to try and do these things.
Yeah, I know.
Mm.
Yep, I know.
I don't think that would keep the water warm.
It would keep the water very, very warm for a very short amount of time.
Yeah.
It would actually cause the water to become so warm it would devolve into hydrogen and oxygen. From the look of it, there is a rail line that goes up there already.
Okay.
Yeah, there's already a rail line that makes that journey.
Sen Penguins is now doing a copyright charge against you for stealing his idea.
Okay, that's fine. I am worth about $3. And I will send those to you at your convenience. After that, you are going to have to fight a small collection of banks to get your money. So, good luck with that.
All right. So, next question.
That is the end of it. Unless we want to reopen up, we are currently at the just shy of the 3.5 hour mark.
Well, normally I would probably open it up, but I'm going to have to see some toilets which apparently are leaking. So I think
Yes,
I'm going to
Steve, this would be an excellent application of hot rock technology.
Oh, good lord, no, not again.
and a massive number of circulatory pumps.
I'm going
so many circulatory pumps.
A nervous tick whenever hot rocks mentioned.
So, are you saying that hot rocks are your version of the sea control ship?
Not quite. I'm better at it than that. Actually, no. We will open it. Let's say open it, and we'll take 10 more questions because we can get them done. Then I can go look at the things after 10 more questions.
Yeah. Let me just pull the command back up. Oh, nope. There it goes.
Yep. So taking in 10 more questions, and once we've done them, then it'll be over. Yay.
I count one.
Question: my idea for a niche for a large gun cruiser 1950 and later, a sniper cruiser with 14-inch 75s for an effective range of 60 kilometers to sail along in a single-sided CV using the planes as scouting. Correction. I'm just imagining the barrel wear on a 14-inch 75 and the faces of the people who you are trying to explain the maintenance cost to. Versus, if you're already bringing a carrier, just have a plane drop some bombs. See, that's the thing. Again, this is coming up in a Scuttlebutt 7. Someone's basically said the reason, carriers are going to go the same way battleships did. Well, if you include age of sail, battleships were around for about 500 odd years. And if we go into aircraft carriers, the difference between them is they're not built around a weapon system. They are a platform for other systems to operate from. An aircraft carrier is basically an open box with elevators and a runway on it. So it doesn't matter if the next generation of aircraft are crewed aircraft or drones, they can still use an aircraft carrier. And the main advantages for an aircraft carrier is it's somewhere you can send where you need to, that you can conduct the maintenance on these aircraft. You can rearm them. You can refuel them. Yes, you can do air-to-air refueling. That's great. We haven't yet got air-to-air rearming. And yes, you can then go, when we have next-generation energy weapons for these things, that's great. But if you're going to have to carry bombs as well, or other systems, you're going to have to rearm from somewhere. And if you can go all energy weapons, that's brilliant. But those aircraft are still going to need to be maintained. And the thing is, if it's a land-based airbase, it's Googleable. Its location is able to be found and plotted before the war even begins. And while someone goes, well, you can sink an aircraft carrier, you can't sink an airbase. No, but you can do enough damage to an airbase that you can make it impossible to use. You can take out the fuel farms and all those things. So yeah, it's a fun time. John Hegg said, "Favorite ships from each era." That's a massively long video. But I will say my favourite ship of all time, as you all know, is my Tribal class destroyers, followed by HMS Renown, followed by my Daring class destroyers, followed by probably HMS Implacable, followed by probably my Battle class destroyers. They're my favourites, but you know. Bugger, do you think destroyers along with cruisers should be nuclear powered? It depends which navy you're talking about and what's the situation. Nuclear power is a useful tool, but it's what navy you're doing. If you have nuclear powered aircraft carriers, you probably need some nuclear powered escorts, in my opinion, to make sure you can maintain operation capability with them. How many do you need for that?
And what?
It's probably just to keep the cruisers, keep the rest of the ships conventional, because that's life is easier.
Yeah. And what exact hull form they take is just going to be determined mainly by what is a suitable high speed, short endurance escort for those ships. And I mean short endurance in the sense of it has to be the sole escort for those vessels for a short to medium length of time instead of the only sole escort forever and always.
Yeah.
So that they can meet a receiving escort force at their destination.
Or can slot into another carrier battle group, and then you've got the carrier battle group's existing escorts, plus probably with their own nuclear escort, which is there as a protection. So you end up with 2 nuclear escorts and 2 carriers, and the rest of the ships, the escort group around them going, okay, there aren't enough of us, but we're doing our best job here. And you've got basically 2 ships which are going, yeah, we're Bastion defense ships. We are going to rock anything that comes your way. And it ain't going to enjoy it. Kingdom of Vinland. Question. How effective would a Type 21 U-boat with Albrecht anti-tiles have been in World War II? It could have been interesting, but it depends. Again, how many do you have and how effective are your glues? Because that was the big trouble the Germans were having, keeping the tiles on the hull. Now, the other problem that they seem to have had is that once they fell off, maintaining, replacing them, and the fact that when they fell off, they could sometimes actually become noise creators themselves, because sometimes they didn't fall off properly. They stuck out, and then they created noise in the water. So yeah, it's one of those things. If it's working perfectly, it's an advantage. If it's anything like it was normally, though, it's possibly almost a disadvantage. Do you have recommendations for museums in Low Countries north of Germany? Not really. That's more Garrus's experience wandering around there. I haven't done enough in the museums in the Low Countries of North Germany and that sort of area. I haven't been there enough to see their museums properly to make the museums I've seen mostly have been the big ones which anyone would find. Really, when I want to give recommendations, I like to be recommending small museums, which people don't go after, like Stockholm. I tell everyone they go to Vaxholm, the Vaxholm Fortress, because it was gorgeous. But most people don't go there because it's a ferry ride out and it's not anywhere near the centre. It's not one of the ones that's massively advertised. But it's a really cool one to go and see. Steve Clarke. The
Romans invent the spar torpedo for the Quinquerine. Discuss.
Ramming takes on a whole new experience.
Yeah.
The Carthaginians are not pleased, but if you're already prepared to ram your enemy to win, ram which can take out your ship to win, then using a spar torpedo is fine. And that's probably the only period where a spar torpedoes actually make sense.
Just good luck. I pity all of the brave crews that will be lost in the attempt to determine the appropriate outer charge to spar length ratio. as well
Locker.
as the appropriate amount of force required to trip the detonating charge.
Timu Locker has actually answered your question on how to keep the canal flowing in icy water.
I'm going to address that in a moment. But speaking of
Locker,
Timu,
yeah. Were there plans for a 16-inch 60 or larger gun during the 30s to 50s? Not really. They'd love them, but there weren't really any plans. Basically, there's a reason why at a certain point they start going 45 to 50 range. Seems to be where the guns are going, because that's almost where the balance of weight, gun machinery to operate the gun, all these things start to even out. Unless metallurgy changes, it's not, or it improves dramatically, it's not going to extend much beyond that.
so
yeah.
very, very technically, yes. Simply because HARP exists.
Yeah, but that's not the 30. That's not the. That's later. That's the 30s to 50s. I suppose. Well, I suppose HARP, but yeah, but that's welding two guns together.
Yeah.
That's not a practical weapon.
I'm just being pedantic, but
that's technically a 16-inch 100, isn't it?
It's very, very long. It looks longer than 100. I'm going through it. Going through the wiki quickly. I'll kick back and answer when it comes up.
Because I thought it was too tight. It was literally two welded together.
They did it at Barbados. Two 16-inch naval gun barrels. So it'd be a 16-inch 100 asterisk. I guess it's just the scaling. So yes, technically there were plans in the 50s, but just not for warlike uses. So. RG.
Yeah.
What if a British T-class sub gets the drop on Bismarck prior to Denmark Straits?
She's got 10 torpedoes heading towards her. Or 8. That time it's going to be 10 torpedoes.
Really, the bigger question is, if such a circumstance occurs, do the myths of Bismarck being scuttled instead of sunk still exist? I'm going to go with yes.
Yes. But honestly, it's going to be a lot of torpedoes heading towards Bismarck, and if Bismarck gets away, great. If not, if it gets a torpedo hit, the very worst thing that could happen to Bismarck in that scenario is if she just gets damaged and slowed down, because the British will bring in King George V as well as Prince of Wales and Hood, and they will combine everything together. They will go in on that reported location, and they will absolutely smash her to pieces. But then the nice way that she on the tow with Prince Eugen at that point to try and get more speed. If she's trying to limp home, all those things. No, it's the worst scenario for her. Pretty much is getting damaged in that way. And then Senator Nero, what would the practical longest gun barrel on a ship be? 60 caliber, 70? It depends what the gun you're talking about is. If it's a 5-inch, yeah, you can get it out to 70. That's fine. Because think about it, a 5 times 70 is 350. So it's 350 inches. So again, work that out in feet. And this is always the thing. Think about it in terms of size of the barrel and length of the barrel. That's the thing you're dealing with. The battleship guns are pretty much a 16-inch 50. Well, that's 1 1/3 foot. Times that by 50. Okay, so you got 50. That's 50 foot already in the basis, but you got another third on top of that. So this is the problem when you start sort of dealing with these things. You're talking about something which is getting up for 70 feet, length. That's a big gun. If I remember correctly, They are.
I'd love to know where this
Length
thing
is 68
came from.
foot for
Okay.
them. They are 68 feet long. So yeah, barrel length 67 foot, broadly speaking. Overall length of the weapon system is of the gun, including breech, is 68 foot.
Come on.
Is he trying to avoid going to bed? I'm hiding with Papa.
Oh. Okay. Now that we've gotten through the last question, Temu. I love the SMR concept.
When you come on.
I do. I think it's a great concept. Great for a distributed base. Great foundation for a distributed redundancy green energy electrical grid. I think it's fantastic. But when there's a rail line that already connects the 2 points that we want to connect with a canal, I believe that the Canadian government, even if the US wanted to help for whatever reason, that the Canadian government and the US government would not want to spend the money to secure, let alone build,
This is
and
what I live
run
with.
that
Trying to avoid
many
the camera.
small modular reactor sites just to warm
Sisters.
a
They
canal.
tell you about small children. They never tell you about elder sisters, do they? They tell you don't work with children and animals. The animals are fine, apart from keep stepping on parts of your anatomy which hurt when they're squashed. Go on. Huh?
You wanted more biscuits?
Uh,
Come on.
He's got more biscuits.
just to
Come on.
Go on.
warm a canal that services
You
a
would stay
route
here all
already
night and eat
serviced
biscuits.
by
Go, sissy.
a heavy
Go,
rail
Go,
line.
sissy.
Come
Go on.
Mummy's got more
I could probably put in 4 heavy rail lines plus a high-speed rail line for the cost of building out all of those SMRs.
Go.
So
Go
I'm
on.
just sorry,
Go on.
man.
Go to bed.
As much as I'd love to see the multiplicity of SMRs take over the northern part of northern Minnesota or greater Minnesota,
Yeah, we're all getting
Are
there.
you
Depending
winning
upon
this
who you ask.
battle, Raleigh? Yeah.
I don't see how it's
Oh,
feasible.
my God. There we go.
Also,
I know,
hello
I know.
to the other Dr. Clarke.
I know. There are 2 Dr. Clarks in here, and the poodle is winning the argument. As always. Go on. There you go.
Thank you.
I don't want to go to bed.
30 kilograms says no.
Yeah.
And Kingdom of Vinland, I have searched for F-36. I'm going to assume it's a typo for F-35, because apparently there is a concept that somebody has generated called the F-36 King Snake, but I cannot find a single reputable source which quotes it. There's not even a Wikipedia page for it. But could they take F-35Cs?
McDonnell
Maybe,
Douglas
but I think they'd run into
later
this-
Boeing X-36, which was their fighter agility research aircraft.
Yeah, the only thing I'm finding is, what I would think the Midway's problem would be is the decks may not actually be heavy enough for VTOL operations for F-35s.
What's the question from Kingdom of Vinland?
Just under Team Ulaku's or a new IKB's response to Team U's statement.
F-35Cs, if you're looking for Cs, it's going to be that. If Midways would be, I don't. Well, potentially they could, but I'd probably use them for F-35Bs and just redo the deck. That's probably easier than trying to get them up to the level weight limits for launching and recovering F-35Cs. But the X-36 is actually a real aircraft.
Yeah.
If you look at that and then you look at the X-47, you'll know where the design comes from.
Vinland, yeah, it probably could. I would say it would take the Catabar. It could take the C. Because at that point it's just a weight question. And Melanie, Team U wishes to cut a canal from Lake Superior to Hudson Bay.
And just for reference, here is the X-36.
And apparently, Chat's plan to deal with the icing problem is to install a series of small modular reactors with which the cooling water will be circulated into and out of this canal in order to keep it defrosted.
Oh, we have a corgi. Has entered the property.
Is the corgi attracted to nuclear projects and munitions?
Yes, disturbingly enough, the corgi is, and I'm also getting my toes up off the floor because the corgi has recently decided that my toes are things he should lick, which I'm not so keen on because I'm wondering if he's tenderizing them for future consumption, or if he's just being nice. Not quite sure.
I'm gonna
Why not both?
That's why I've given you that one.
You've left me with Zebedee. Zebedee is now at the front window doing what Riley is in Riley's position.
You come out.
Yeah.
I'm only gonna say hi to him when you come.
I have a poodle. I have a corgi. Has replaced the poodle. The corgi is. I'm not sure what the corgi is doing. Currently, it appears to be he's investigating all the floor. I hope he doesn't eat something he's not
Let me
supposed
actually.
to.
I want to see what's the.
I don't think he's going to. Hello, gorgeous.
35C. Yes.
How you doing?
We paid for 3 planes. We got 3 planes. We call them 3 variations of the
Yeah, well, that's because we paid for the
American
stuff which-
procurement.
Well, you have to remember, the thing that's expensive in aircraft these days is the flight control systems and computer systems that integrate with all the weapons and getting all the weapons technology to work. And so what you're basically doing by calling it the same thing and to kill the same plane is you're going, right, we're going to use the same computer systems, but we're going to produce, broadly speaking, a similar airframe design, but we're going to use 3 different engine fits and 3 different 3 different structural forms so that they can be, operate in different scenarios we need them to operate from. And it's the whole thing is it's the F-35C is the longest range version of all of them because it's the naval one, and probably it's the best value for money. But it's probably going to also be the one which is the least produced version. The most produced version is going to be the F-35A, and the most useful variant is probably going to be the F-35B overall and the best value for money because it's going to offer the most multiplicity of operations. So you're probably going to see the F-35B actually rack up more use overall over time, because of its ability to be operated from so many different platforms and so many different areas. So it's probably going to be used by others more often. And the F-35A is basically a replacement for the F-16 in the air defense role for allies. And the bomb truck role for
realistically, the midways are going to be able to take F-35C. Just based on the max takeoff weight, there is not that much daylight between an F-35C and a Phantom. There's about 8,000 pounds, give or take.
Kingdom of Finland, the A and C use the same engine, yes, but they do use slightly different configurations of those engines. Trust me, the variant of the engine used on the sea is saltwater viable and able to be maintained and operated in a saltwater environment.
And the C is also going to have a much heavier. But yes, the midways and the forestals could take F-35C. The midways probably may have to have some weight restrictions on the Cs. Melanie, the fact that works so reliably with our Congress critters will never not concern me.
Yeah.
But yeah, so
nice
nominally speaking, yes.
That's life when you're dealing with politicians. You have to sometimes be creative in how you account for things. It's kind of like I have to be creative in my conversations with my accountant sometimes. When I say creative with my accountant, my accountant is telling me off for not doing things which are more business-like, and me going, but if I do that, then that's nasty to people. And the accountant's going, no. I think I'm probably the only one who's told off by their accountant regularly for not trying to get money, not putting stuff in for tax relief.
My father would get yelled at about every 5 years for not by his accountant. Like, you need to spend money. But why? Because I don't have anything to write off. Spend money. Go buy a truck or something. But yeah, essentially, you may have to put some weight restrictions on the F-35Cs coming off of a midway. But the Midway should be able to at least support basic flight operations for F-35C. I don't know if they'll be able to fit in the hangars on Midway. I imagine they would.
Look at the height restrictions.
But-
I think they could. Other interesting that's
The
gonna be
height is
elevated.
rated as just under 4.5 meters.
And of course, 4.5 meters would be roughly, I'm going to go roughly 15 foot.
Wow. Google AI says that the Midway is part of the Essex class.
This is why when my colleagues tell me that AI has the limited coursework, I go, really? Has it? Have you read the coursework produced by AI? Have you tried to actually mark it? AI can be a good research assistant. It is not going to always be right. You need to be able to check the research. At the moment, as it gets better, yeah. Oh. Yeah, the C is special. But no, the X-36 is really cool. If anyone's looking at this picture and this picture to my side, yeah, that's the X-36, and yeah, that was the starting of a program. The Taylor's Fighter Agility Research Aircraft was starting a program which is leading to what is going to be the next generation fighter that's going to take over after the F-22, and so probably should be pretty darn scared.
Especially because we've probably built our 6th gen fighter to beat the 22, much like we designed the 22 to beat the 16. So we all know how much the kid acts when he's cooped up in his hangar, so how much is the thing that they built to beat the kid gonna act?
Look, my view on the next generation air defense is that that aircraft is how do I put this politely? It's probably going to be something which is going to not be a absolutely unhinged killing machine, as it is going to be something which is going to take you out before you even have a chance. It's going to be the meticulous professional. It's going to be the adroit gentleman of the air who's going to go and be all nice and chatty with you when you're not fighting, and the moment you're fighting, you're dead. They're never going to have any enemies. They're going to have dead bodies.
Sure, that's probably quite accurate, but at the same time, I like the image of just a completely mental murder bird.
Yeah, but which is scarier for you to deal with? The person that you can see coming who's completely nuts, or the person who looks completely sane and normal next to you and will be smiling, chatting with you quite happily, and then will kill you without a word if they need to?
So essentially, you're making John Wick.
Yeah.
Cool. Terrifying.
In
Cool.
aircraft form.
IKB, you probably don't want to do... In most circumstances, you're not going to want to do skimp on fuel, take off, aerial refuel, and then go, because it's going to lengthen out your strike generation time, and it's just logistically more complicated. And then where is that tank aircraft coming from?
Mm-hmm.
So the buddy stores system is just meant to get the legs for your strike package to go as long as possible.
Hi, Paul.
No comment, Paul.
Leslie, what's going on? Oh, what's being suggested here? What's coming over? What, Paul? What are you planning?
Essentially, Paul is suggesting that the F-22's replacement is going to be like Leslie.
No comment, definitely no comment, no comment, no comment. Oh, yeah. No
It could
comment.
have been worse. I suppose it could have been worse. He could have said it would be like Mrs. Clarke.
Do not bring that one up as an option. Yeah. You do realise one of those toilets leaking is the toilet in her bathroom.
Oh, I know which one will get fixed first.
No, it won't. The guy said he'd be here at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. She said, I am not having some gentleman turning up in my bedroom at 9 a.m. in the morning.
Understandable. Have a nice day.
Yes. I wonder how the Soviets would have reacted to the F-22. The Soviets were reacting to the F-22 when the F-22 was... Because the F-22 program, remember, was running along before the fall of the Soviet Union. And they were basically panicking. And that's where their current fighter generation, the Su-47 is? The Su-40, it was what the Su-47 was part of the process of the idea of fixing, and the various aircraft, and it's the Su-57 program has basically supposed to be the equivalent of. They started the Su-57 program in 1979. So this is one of the reasons why when we talk about the Su-57, and people go, "It's amazing," and I'm sitting there going, yeah, but the trouble is some of its tech was fixed on and decided upon by 1999, and the program was already 20 years old at that point. We're now in 2024, 25 years later. So it's 45 years long the program's been running. Yeah, that's not good.
And their actual reaction was probably something to the effect of, this system is not that good, / our systems can handle it, while quietly in the background screaming into a paper bag and threatening all of their aviation engineers with gulag to go build something.
What really intrigues me is that the MiG-41, you've had the MiG-35, which was pretty good, which was an improved MiG-29. You've had the MiG-41, wasn't really pushed on, but it's hoped to be actually in process in 2028, and that's another program which realistically owes its beginnings to the F-22 reaction program. So this is the problem in many ways the Russians are still producing counters to the current American generation, and the Americans are already working on the next generation. So when their counters come into service, that's probably when the next generation air defense is going to come on, and you're going to have a generation beyond what they have. It's let me put it this way. The Russians / Soviets had a big problem in that they had 20 years of absolutely terrible government, and then they've had followed by 15 years of absolutely atrocious government in terms of corruption levels. So yeah, you have that problem to deal with. I'm not getting into what the various things we can say for the MiG-41 are.
I'd imagine the Soviets were quite pissed off when they found out about the F-117 because we nicked their research to do it. Actually, no. They published their research because they thought that it couldn't be done, and then we actually had enough computing power to put behind their research to make it happen. If I'm remembering the F-117 story enough. Well enough.
That is certainly one of the things which is publicised, but also we had quite a lot of smart people working on that kind of area. And you have to remember there's quite a lot of technology going in development going on to that. It's one of those interesting areas of history. It is a really, really interesting area of history in terms of some of the weird stuff which they got up to. Yeah. Right then. I think we've sort of finished.
Yep.
I don't know how
We've
long
munched
we've been
through
live
all
for.
the additional 10,
I don't know how long we've been live
pushing
for.
in on probably 4 hours at this point.
Yeah,
we're at about
started streaming
3:55,
3
give or
hours.
take.
Yeah. So, are there any burning questions anyone hasn't had answered this week that they really want to answer this week, or they can save for next, or they have to save them for next week? And thank you to Runon and thank you to the Foo for being here. I hope you've enjoyed it as much as I have. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, it's 3 hours and 56 minutes so far.
Going
And I do love it.
once.
I do love it. YouTube is doing estimated average time of a Bruships episode, 4 hours 40 minutes.
You have had a couple that's pushed into the 5 to 6 hour. Remember?
Yeah, I know. Oh, right. I saw this a UK defence firm that tracked an F-117 and an arms show and used it as a selling point for free detection for their detection system. Oh yeah, but they kind of knew where it was going, so they did have a bit of advantage there.
Well, okay, Stafford, there is a chain of gas stations / convenience stores in the United States that has a cult following called Wawa. Exact same spelling, no difference.
The question is, did Wawa originate in Wawa?
That's my question too. I don't know, but you have Wawa and then you have Buc-ee's are like the two big ones, and then there's also Sheetz, which is like there, and I like Sheetz, and I don't get the appeal of Wawa. And I have yet to go to a Buc-ee's. But apparently they're opening up a Buc-ee's not too far away from me on 64 in the next couple of years. So I will finally be able to go to a Buc-ee's. And then I will have completed the triumvirate. And I can see exactly how well does Buc-ee's compare to Wawa and Sheetz.
You have to understand, this is according to a British person listening to this is a case of, you mean your petrol stations are destinations to go to, rather than convenience stores and places we pick up fuel.
In the case of Buc-ee's, absolutely. People will detour to go to a Buc-ee's.
Oh, good lord. Okay, alright, I am leaving on that scary note. Thank you everyone for watching. Thank you, Melanie. Thank you, Runon and Foo, for being here and helping out. Thank you, Runon, for all the work with the whole bot system. Thank you, Melanie, Colin Cameron, Kingdom of Vinland, David Pierce, Ben Grogan, Teamy Locker, Knight 6831, Stafford Thomas, Colin Cameron, everyone who's been here. Kingdom of Vinland, I'm not sure I've said that yet, but thank you. Megascrow, thank you. Steve Clarke, thank you. Leslie, thank you. Thank you, everyone who's been here chatting away. Seneca Nero, Sen Penguins, of course. I'm never quite sure if you want the chocolates or you want the birds to be sent to you, but, you know, I know I keep asking this, and you keep saying, I think you said decided on the chocolates. Buggate829, thank you. New IKB4472, thank you. Wham Kitty, thank you. Eric Fletcher, Wham Kitty, I think it was the first time I've seen you send a message, so thank you for being here. And Eric Fletcher, thank you as well. Thank you everyone who's been here chatting with Frank Barnwell. Thank you, Malaga. Thank you, all the people we've had chatting away. It's always fun to have you all chatting away. Thank you, Nightbot, for being your usual Nightbot-y self. Thank you, Gorbian. Thank you, Jacob, RG. Thank you, everyone. I hope you've enjoyed it. I hope you found it interesting. Yeah, it's been fun. And thank you. Thank you, Stuart Melberg. Thank you, everyone. And thank you, everyone, for your support. Thank you, everyone, for your kind donations and funding. As said, I'm always honest about where the funding goes to. Usually it's funding my research. At the moment, it's funding my kalax addiction. I decided that, well, it's a book addiction which requires the kalax addiction. Thank you for all of that. And, yeah, wish me luck. I'm going to probably do some videos at some point of me doing various DIY projects, just to give some a bit of advice on doing them. Because the amount of times people tell me that, in a nice way, they're not sure how to do things, and I go, well, I do quite a lot of that stuff. In my case, it's going to be things, very simple things like how to fix IKEA burly-back bookshelves to make sure they stay up on the walls, and how to mount kitchen gates, and all those things, which are important for keeping dogs safe. Having a place you can gate the dogs off so they don't go wandering around the house when you have the doors all open, because you have builders in who keep leaving all the doors open, and the dogs, as much as they love you, will go and invite themselves to the neighbours for dinner.
As my parting word, to Vinland, the technical answer is yes to both of your questions. The practical answer is probably not to both of your questions.
I think one of the problems is the certificates to take nuclear reactors through things like the Suez Canal, etc. Nicest way with cargo ships, it's the Panama Canal, Suez Canal, taking nuclear reactors through them for a commercial company to take on the costs of doing that. Yeah, and there's costs of that versus the cost of taking the nuclear reactor ship to have power on board. I think if you don't have the Panama Canal, if you don't have the Panama Canal to an extent, but the Suez Canal definitely, I could see you having more nuclear-powered cargo ships because of the need to take them around the world, basically. I could see that as well, but yeah.
Vinland, to your Bucky's comment, not exactly.
Thanks, Steve White and John Haskell.
Yeah, if you're in the Discord, hit me up on the Discord. It's an involved conversation.
Are you debating still
the answer
these
is
stores? Bucky's versus whatever the other ones are? And I remember Bucky's because...
No, Vinland has said that Bucky's would be great for an EV charging place, and the answer to that is not quite. And I can explain why, but it gets technical.
Okay, here's my idea for EV charging place. And by the way, this applies definitely to the UK. Every pub in the UK which is currently has a car park but is suffering from issues of people not turning up, set up EV chargers in the car park, about 4 or 5 of them. To charge your car is going to take at least 30 minutes. You're going to come in and you're going to buy a meal while you're waiting. They'll just keep coming because there aren't enough charging slots around the UK. Take care, everyone.
Fine, I'll get into it.
Have fun. And
okay, I won't get into it.
Thank you.
Thank y'all. Good night.
Thank you.